The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? How are you? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome, one and all. High fives, fist bumps. If you want to make a lascivious hand gesture, that's completely up to you, too. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. A cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hey, guys. What's up?
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Sometimes I'll test with Poundcake before the show, and sometimes I won't. Just to, fly by the seat of our pants. But I also imagine you'd walk down here and tell me if you didn't hear anything. So
Correct.
Pants flying.
so many pairs of pants flying around. If you'd like to join us today, telephonically or otherwise, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You'll need those phone numbers to win things from me throughout the course of the day. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can always text us 35192, messaging on the app, of course, and email, all that stuff, right? There's no excuse, really. I hear a lot of things from a lot of people. I'll get all kinds of criticism from people, constructive and otherwise. Never once do I hear people go, I just didn't know how to get a hold of you. Hey, I just didn't know what to do. Because there's no shortage of ways of doing that. Are we getting right to the coffee? Is this an issue of coffee being hot or cold?
No, I mean, I haven't put ice in it yet, so we don't have to. I need a commercial break to set it up.
To set it up, okay.
So we can do that when we come back.
All right.
But
Ooh.
Mary said that she
prefers
she prefers Starbucks over Dunkin' Donuts, and she thinks she can pick out which one's which.
right because I
Unsweetened black.
unsweetened black.
This is not a sponsored segment.
It is not.
Just something that came up anecdotally yesterday.
Bill called me out to saying, you don't know. If we gave you a blind taste test,
I said,
you would
let's
never
find
know.
out. Let's find out.
And there's a control group,
Yes.
kitchen coffee.
Yes.
A control coffee.
Yeah. Which,
So is that what it is? There's a Starbucks, a Dunkin', and a kitchen.
as far as I'm aware, yes.
Yes.
And they're
Did you
all cold?
Did you buy hot coffee and let it sit, or did you buy cold coffee?
I bought cold coffee.
I was
That
going
was
to say,
my
And then the
that's where
kitchen
it would
one's
fall
hot.
apart.
Yes. The kitchen one's hot. But then I'm going to know.
Was hot. It's been, I made it an hour ago.
Okay.
By the time, I'm going to put ice in all of them, so they'll all be cold,
Okay.
and we'll see what happens.
Is the point of this for you to tell us which is which is which?
I think so.
Okay.
'Cause
Not
Tell-
just.
well, I want to know which one you like the best.
Because I was saying I prefer the taste of
I see.
Starbucks over the taste
So
of Dunkin'.
this is not you saying, this is kitchen, this is Starbucks, this is...
Which is the best to me, and if it aligns with what my preconceived notions of what I think is the best.
Confirmation bias is what
Sure.
we're looking for here.
Sure.
With coffee.
Yes.
All right. I'm selling more of my comic books, and so I have them on a variety of apps, and I'll take messages from people. These are pretty high-value titles, so these aren't $3 comics. They're the $7,500 range. And I get a message from a guy on one of the apps this morning that he and his son, I guess, have a comic book shop or something, and he tells me there's about half a dozen titles that he wants. And I'm thinking, this is great, because I don't want him sitting around and, but his message to me was, he's in Los Angeles, and he messages me, and I just tell by his handle that he and his son I have a comic book shop. And so he goes, there's a handful of these that are great and I want them. And they're in mint condition, so I can charge a lot for them. But his message was, let me get through my day and I will get back to you on this. I'm just having my mom's funeral mass this morning, and then I'm on it.
Dang.
Hey, bro, you take your time, all right?
No, there's important things. He's a businessman.
I had to do a parental funeral this summer, too. I
Right.
understand.
And everybody
Take care of your mom's. He's 3 hours behind. Take care of your mom's funeral mass. You know, it's not even noon in L.A. yet.
Did you ever get an update on the comics that you sent to get rated?
Oh, they're still looking for them.
Still looking.
Oh, still looking, yeah.
Keep
We don't
looking,
have, so yeah.
Keep looking.
Remember, I think I mentioned here on the show that they're in Tampa. So he goes,
Mhm.
we're still dealing with the, so since then he said, well, we're still trying to determine where it is. We have record of it being received, but we need to find out where it is.
It's just wet
And I'm
somewhere.
like, yes, you do. Oh, God, I'm telling you.
Do they pay
if-
you?
Pay me?
Right?
No.
If they destroyed it?
No.
How come?
Because there's
Got
no.
destroyed in their hand, in their whatever.
I'm sure
hand.
I'm sure they're indemnified, but I mean, I will pitch some kind of fit if that's the case. But they don't have any inherent value. I can't say those comics were worth $5,000. You know, that's the beauty of it for them.
But if they
is
pick
they-
it up and they look at it and they're like, oh, this is a first edition Batman, whatever, and they're like, dang, this is a $200 comic. Our
That is
bad.
a $200 comic.
They're
First
never
edition.
going to go $200.
I don't
First
know.
edition Batman, whatever. That's rare.
They're never going to go our bad.
I don't know.
They're going to go, we hope you insured this package, which I did, but not for like, you know, I figured it would. How many packages get sent all the time and they're
Yeah.
fine? You know, I'm always shipping things out of some variety and they're always fine. But no, I haven't. I said, well, please keep me in the loop as I await the resolution of this with great anticipation. But I have heard nothing left, and I don't want to be I don't want to be inconsiderate. He's telling me that they're still figuring out what's going on after Hurricane Ian blew through their city. That's not my fault. That's not their fault.
It's kind of their fault. They decided to live in Tampa.
Over the weekend, in my hotel, I went down a Hurricane Ian rabbit hole, and there's this whole subgenre of TikTok dedicated to linemen, which are like electricians that are fixing the
Lineman for the county.
correct. But there's people coming from all over the country
Sure.
to come down to help them. So not only is there lineman TikTok, there's lineman wife TikTok.
Oh yeah,
And then on lineman
lineman
wife TikTok
side piece TikTok.
they're called bucket bunnies.
Yeah.
And so there's like thousands of videos of these wives on here using that unholy, I think it's Sam Smith song. And they're like, it's not cute to steal a man away from his family when he's just trying to, dude, thousands of videos like this. And I'm right. And then there's like on the opposite where girls are stitching it and they're like, I'm a proud bucket bunny. And if your man wants to come with me, then that's his choice. It's like
Bucket bunny?
Bucket
Bucket bunny.
bunny. It's wild.
I've never heard of that.
I had never heard of it either. I randomly got into it.
Why do you think those trucks are called cherry pickers?
Dude, wild. If you've got a spare 2-3 hours today, go down the Bucket Bunny lineman wife TikTok rabbit hole because it's insane.
Yeah, because when these guys come from around the country to help out in when these huge storms hit, it's like going on tour.
Yeah.
It's like you're in Motley Crue.
I guess they're
and-
all on Tinder and like
Yeah.
the wives, some of them are like, yeah, I know what he does, but then they show like, because I guess they make really good money. So they show like the size of their ring and the size of their
Yeah.
house and the fact that they have 5 cars and they're like, you want to bet him
They
for
don't want
one
to lose
night?
that meal ticket.
Right? They're like, you can bet him for one night. I'm holding down the fort here, you know? It's crazy.
Sure. Well, good for them. I'm going to take a break. And we'll come back and we'll figure out this coffee
Put things in
situation.
Mary's mouth.
Okay.
That's a tease.
I do not have a produced intro for that.
Bucket Bunny.
You'll be happy to know. Yeah. So we'll take a break. If you'd like to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you'll be able to watch live. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. And, of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app, too.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
going to taste, and then I would take a sip of water between each one to reset your palate
Hold
a
on.
bit.
Get my water.
All right,
Move my
so-
microphone. Okay.
All right, so here comes taste number 1.
Number 1. There's straws through the cardboard. It's a very good setup, Bill.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay.
Oh, your water chaser after each one.
to give a little
cleanse the palate.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go with number 2.
No, I don't know what these are either.
You can.
Oh, I can see.
You can see.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
2.
Yep.
My
2.
frame is small over here.
Okay. She's done number 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and here's number 3.
Is there one that you know you like more or less
The one
than
in the
others?
middle, but I think I'm going to guess that the one in the middle is the kitchen coffee because I think you might have accidentally used a flavor.
Oh,
Instead
really?
of just a black coffee, it tastes like French vanilla.
It is the
Okay,
middle
that
one.
is the
isn't it?
middle one. Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think you might have accidentally used French vanilla.
I thought I just used the.
Because we have Keurig
Yeah, I
pods
think I
in
did.
there.
Yeah,
know what, you're
that's
right,
the
I'm
only
stupid.
reason because I'm like, this tastes really good. Like, this doesn't taste like black coffee at all.
Okay. So
Now, 1
I
and
messed
3.
that one up. All right.
But
All
you
right.
still have to figure out which
I
was one and
think
which was
I
two.
know the difference. Let me get one more little sip in.
All right. Going back to 1.
Yeah.
What's your guess on 1?
That's Dunkin'.
That's Dunkin'?
1 is Dunkin'. Hold on.
If you're watching the live stream, you can see the logos.
One is Dunkin', 3 is Starbucks. No!
Correct? Number 1 is Starbucks.
Is it?
Correct.
Is that
yes.
correct? Yes. And number 3 is Dunkin'. So there you go. Mary doesn't know what she likes.
I do know what I like.
Uh-huh.
She's going to be jacked up for this show now.
Yep.
Flying high.
That's right.
3 tastes a little bit more watery, but I don't know if that's because you put more ice in it.
More watery.
I put about the same amount of ice in both of them.
Man. I don't
Now
want
you
this
now
to
you
be
have
true.
to now you have to reevaluate your whole life
Existence.
situation.
Maybe it's the. You know what it might be? Because,
Gonna
like I said,
vibrating the rest of the show over there with black coffee coursing through her veins.
what I said was when I do drink coffee, it'll be iced black with a sweetener in it. Usually it'll be like a pump or 2 of vanilla or a pump or 2 of caramel. And I was wondering, maybe they have different syrups that they use. Maybe it's not the coffee that I don't like, it's the syrup.
Well, there you go.
Man, my whole world is rocked right now.
Rocked. Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
That's right.
She doesn't trust it. You can just remove it now. Like,
Did you put the Starbucks in the Dunkin' cup?
no,
Are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Yeah, there's no subterfuge here. I mean, there's no. He put the coffees down and he.
I'm annoyed right now because that's like smooth.
Well, why are you annoyed? I would think you'd be like, oh, now there's one more thing I like.
Well, there is one more thing I like.
Right.
I'm going to dismantle this without trying to talk while I do it. Man, maybe I just had them on an off day. Maybe I just I've had it more than once and wasn't a huge fan, but I'm being proven wrong by my own mouth. So
Ooh,
what
that's
is
a
228.
That's an album title there.
proven wrong by
my own mouth. You know, I thought my mouth knew what was best for me, but in no way did my mouth know what was best for me.
Did not. Wow. Bill, you changed my whole life, man.
But isn't that good? You're like, oh, now
That I can see it, it's really bitter.
now there's something.
No, it's really bad.
So it's a visual thing then.
I was
So it's
kidding.
visual. It's psychosomatic.
No, they're both really good. And the more that I drink it, the more that I like the Starbucks one.
Well, there you go. That's exciting.
But they're both good. And you know what? Wow, look at that. Blind taste test. We all learned something.
We really did. You know, I think we've all come to a greater understanding that you can't judge a cup by its cover.
You can put, there's lids over there.
Which one do you want?
I'll take the Dunkin'.
Sure.
I'll take the good one.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Are you all right?
Jesus Christ. Oh, this one over here.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's how you know she's got a boyfriend.
Oh,
She
dude.
just
Let it out.
belch.
I have an open coffee in the fridge right now, an open pumpkin spice latte that I didn't drink beforehand because I didn't want to mess my taste test up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that was smart.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have been able to tell the difference if this wasn't French vanilla.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It tastes
I almost went with like a dark roast.
But it didn't screw up the contest.
Yeah.
No, it didn't change anything between Starbucks or it just wasn't the control group we thought it was going to be.
That's all right.
It's all
We
right.
still got the result. I got the results I wanted.
He wanted to prove. He wanted to prove what you just said.
I wish we could do the same thing.
Your mouth was incorrect.
I wish we could do the same thing with wine, because I have the same theory about fancy wines.
It doesn't taste any better?
That it's all the same.
You know what,
taste.
though? As someone who has drank a lot of wine, that was my worst alcoholism was consuming as much wine as possible at home because for some reason it made me feel fancy. Where I was like, I can't be a drunk if it's
This is a
wine.
fancy drunk.
Right.
Yes.
If it's out of a cool-looking glass, then this clearly isn't a problem.
I'm wearing a corset and nothing else.
Come on. I'm just having wine in a bath.
Yeah.
But I will say my favorite wines, like, because I would buy like the $50 bottles sometimes if I was feeling crazy, or I would drink the gas station wine. I think like a middle of the road $15, $20 bottle of wine is like
usually
legit.
good. Yeah, it's
like
good.
because if you're not a wine connoisseur, a sommelier, you can't
because
tell
we're
the
not
difference.
savoring
right.
it.
You can't tell
You're
the difference anyway.
Chugging it.
Right. Well, when I knew I
But
wanted
also,
to get...
for the coffee, isn't the coffee contingent on whatever the local water supply is?
Probably.
If you go somewhere and you go, oh, you know, New York people are always talking about how New York bagels are the best on the planet because of the water and blah, blah, blah. Now, New York bagels are pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good. But coffee, it's whatever water they're using.
Well, the Starbucks was from Independence, and the Dunkin' Donuts is from Parma, because I had to go to Oak Tree today because I had to get the one of the vehicles to do my appearance down at Sheetz.
Did Lionel Dahmer show up? He lives out that way.
If he did, he didn't say, "What's up? I'm Lionel Dahmer."
All right. I'm just here to get an MTO.
There was the mayor of Seville was awesome. She's this lady that was wearing a jean vest with a hot pink shirt, and then it just said, I can't remember what her name was, but she had a badge that said mayor on it.
Yeah,
and
bad bitch on the back.
She's all sparkled up. It was great.
That's Carol Carter. He's the mayor of Seville, Ohio.
Yeah, she was.
So the mayor showed up. Did a barber show up?
No barbers of Seville. No barbers, but it was a good time, and we have no what's it called, like team anymore.
Yep.
So it's all
like a promo team.
Yeah,
it's all DIY.
So I have to go and drop off my car and pick up their car and set everything up, which takes almost 6 minutes.
By the way, Seville is such a small town, I think just a couple thousand people, that Carol Carter won the mayoral election by 6 votes.
Oh, my God.
That's why I got to
do
vote.
a recount?
Yeah, that's right. Every vote counts. She has been the mayor on a couple different occasions. And she's currently the mayor. So she must really dig being the mayor out there. But you get to walk around. You get to walk around bedazzled.
Yeah, I don't think that's how they choose the mayor. I think that's just her style that she imparts.
Well, who's the most bedazzled?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't implying that. That's how they choose the mayor. That's the style she's bringing to the mayor's office.
Imagine how dirty it gets.
And again, to underscore how small that town is, not just 6 votes, the mayor came to Sheetz to say hi to Bill.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's
no, not to say hi to me, because I think she was there by invite by Sheetz. Those Sheetz,
you could
those
go.
Sheetz.
You could just go with me.
No, I don't.
She
want to.
came out to say hi to Bill.
Yeah. Those Sheetz, like grand openings, are big deals. They get tons of people out for those. It's a lot of fun.
Yep. So anyway, the results of 1 girl 3 cups is that
My own mouth lied to me.
her own mouth lied to her. Now, Bill was the guy who stepped on Poundcake's scale. So you asking if everything was on the level.
Well, that's why I was like, I feel like you put the wrong
Right.
coffee in the wrong cup.
Now,
I don't think he would have done that.
if there was a laugh to get out of it, I might have done something, but I think doing it honestly and having these results is the best result for me.
Yeah. Well,
Having Mary's mouth lie to her.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Mary was very, she was thinking about a lot this morning. The fact that you text me early as hell. I wasn't even up yet, and my phone's going off. And
What
it's
time
Mary.
was this?
Probably same time I text you, 6:30 this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because I went to the gym. I had a...
So Guy was up. He wasn't even up.
I was up. I was getting ready to go work out.
Yep.
I had an 8 a.m. training session. So I had a morning. I went.
You get up at 6:30 to get ready for an 8 o'clock gym time?
Well, it's 25 minutes away. It's in Tremont, and I live in Berea.
Why are you driving to Tremont to work out?
Because it is with a trainer.
They don't have trainers in Berea. They have to have a gym.
There's no gym in Berea. There's a rec center, but there's no gym.
There's no chain gym in Berea.
The closest one's in Brick Park, and it's a Planet Fitness, and that's still 15 minutes away.
Huh.
Yeah, there's one in Strongsville. There's
so
not
you
one
said
in Berea.
I don't want to go 15 minutes away. I want to go 25 minutes away.
Well, there was an offer that was made, and I accepted it. And so,
all right. Well, that's what you lead with. Oh, I see. Okay.
So, and I also like to get there. I like to be 15, 20 minutes early, so that way I can do my own warming up. Because he's usually like, okay, do 5-10 minutes on the treadmill, you're good to go. Where I like to stretch for 10 or 15 minutes.
Right.
So I get there at usually about 20 minutes early. So I woke up at 6:30. I had to make myself a little breakfast, get ready. I had to pack all my stuff to come into here because I haven't been home yet. So it was I had a lot to do. Anyway, I text you at 6:30. I text him at 6:30. And Cody is going to, I think he's got a career change coming up.
Oh, yeah? He's leaving here?
Uh-huh.
What's he doing?
Right, Cody?
She wants.
She's doing a bit. I thought she was setting you up for something.
She wants him to start one.
Why does she want to start? Why do you want me to start one? I think she
Start
wants
one. Oh, an OnlyFans?
Yes.
Oh.
She.
Her sister's killing it on there, and Mary's seeing dollar signs, and I feel like if she
wants to be my pimp or something.
I text Cody and I was like, dude, you should make
But that's the
one.
beauty of OnlyFans is you don't need a pimp.
You are your own pimp.
You are your own pimp.
Your mouth will lie to you.
Your mouth will lie to you.
But I just find it funny that she thinks I don't know this.
I didn't know it.
Haven't you heard him the billion times where he said he's not going to do that because he has to plan for the future?
Okay, now listen, because I said the same thing. And the
future's here.
exact words that I text Cody this morning were, it's not like we're pro athletes. We're not going to be signing $250,000 Nike contracts. That's not what we have to worry about. The possible endorsements we're worried about losing.
I appreciate him taking that into account.
Well, I did too. That's why when people are like, oh, you're going to make one, why don't you make one for your feet, yada, yada, yada. Same thing, but it's if you're losing an endorsement but making more money on OnlyFans, are you really losing?
But if I'm doing it, I'm going all the way in because
I know you are.
I hate subscribing to OnlyFans and then we get a butt pic. I'm like, butt pics are allowed on Instagram. I'm not going to subscribe and spend my hard-earned dollars on butt pics. I don't care about that.
That's right. Hang some bag.
I want something. Let me see a little more.
Let's see some scrot.
Let's see some bass or something. Anything more than I need to see something more than pubes if I subscribe to your OnlyFans. So I'd probably be there'd be a bunch of headless dudes, they'll be out of frame of me, signing documents. And that's something that I would do.
Lots of cap, not no cap, lots of cap.
Lots extra cap.
And there's no easy way. Girls could probably get away with that. Guys are okay with seeing just, some side boob or whatever. They'll take what they can get.
We're not.
If you're a popular girl. But
anytime I've signed up for a girl's OnlyFans and she's not, I need at least areola or I'm out of there.
Really?
Yeah, I need some nipples.
I would have.
He needs giant
areola
dinner plates.
I don't need them to be giant dinner plate.
Just pepperoni.
What if I'm paying some money? I want to see some boobs.
Areola.
Yeah, I have a pretty big platform, and it would be.
Dude, you'd be rich, man.
That's what I'm saying. But the thing is,
you'd be screw any future endorsements.
My audience.
That's my point.
My audience would be partly gay, not a lot of gays, because there's a lot of competition. But the fact that I'm on the show. Our listeners would be curious.
Now that's my question
they would subscribe.
Yeah, you have a built-in subscriber base.
That's what I mean, Cody.
Why are you trying to sell me on this? I have already planned this out in my mind.
I can't do it.
Well,
so you have to.
Well, I have to hit rock bottom. I have to get fired, do some crack, and then pay for my habit by doing OnlyFans.
What is this, 1995?
He's going to steal a radio.
You don't have to hit bottom anymore to... Tell Poundcake people typically only subscribe if you go all the way in.
That's not true.
Ew.
That's not true.
My question is gay OnlyFans different than straight OnlyFans?
Yes.
Are you
It's
going to
gay.
get...
It's very gay.
Is it very competitive? Are
Yes.
they so judgy that they're not giving you their money?
As I said before, girls can get away with being naked pictures. Guys don't, gay guys don't want naked pictures. It's not enough to see another guy naked. They want to see you doing stuff with it. They want to see you.
That makes sense. That's what I meant.
They
It's
want
a different
toys.
place.
Yeah, they want toys.
Gay guys can get laid whenever they want. They can get other dudes naked whenever they want.
You have to work, and if I know guys that have $14.99 subscriber fees, and people are like, huh, yeah, right. I'm not paying $14.99 for that, for you to just, play with it. I'm like, no. they want to see you group stuff. They want to see you hanging from the ceiling.
And they want it for $4.
You got to be submerged underwater. Like
Submerged.
These guys don't play, and it's just. I know I would be okay. I could get away with it.
And you don't want to try to like out-skeeve everybody else.
I wouldn't need to. All I would do is have a bunch of straight guys. I would have the straight fans that hit me up all the time. I'm like, listen, I'm going to sign your document. You'll be out of frame. Any tattoos, just cover them, and I'll sign your document. And people would be curious enough to see, and I would be fine. But I know that people would troll me. It would get back to my mom and my family. People would put me on Twitter.
Well, that's what you have to do, though. If you want... The people that are going to subscribe are the people that know you. Mary's sister's getting a ton of subscribers because there's curious people from this show.
Right. And we didn't even mention her handle or anything.
Yeah.
No,
well, people will find it if it's boobies.
Yeah.
No, I understand. But to Poundcake's point, that is what will, if you do that, that is how you'll be defined.
Well, that was my point to my boyfriend because I brought it up to him when he was like, dude, let's do this. Like, he's fully on board. He was like, let me quit my job.
How does he think about,
let me do this? And then I was like, yeah, but I feel like people wouldn't take me seriously as a comic after that.
But what about the argument with, okay, so if he does it with you, his daughter one day is going to grow up and think that she can do it. How do you feel about that?
She can, but people will take you seriously as a comedian as long as you're funny.
I don't know.
You're talking about book clubs booking you.
I feel like clubs booking me would be like, oh, she's like, I mean, if you can get butts and seats, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. These stupid YouTubers who don't have, they got a couple of jokes maybe, then it's a Q&A for an hour. Mm-hmm. They put asses in seats. They sell drinks, and that's all the clubs care about.
No, man.
So if the foot comic gets up there,
like,
and,
she's only booked because she's an OnlyFans. Like my decade of comedy would be thrown out the window.
But nobody.
You want money or you want cred?
You're very funny, so you're going to on stage and prove that you can perform and like do a good job, not just on OnlyFans, but in both facets. And then you got all like financially you're set.
That's what I mean.
So
you don't have to worry about anything.
I mean, you go these road gigs you do them for the money.
Mm-hmm.
They're check gigs. They're not great gigs.
No, they're awful.
So that's what. So as far as like comedy stuff or credibility or whatever, like who cares? Again, I'm not trying to sell you on anything. I'm just saying I'm not trying to sell Poundcake on it either. He knows better than any of us what that sea of gays is over on OnlyFans.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. When I was texting him
in.
This morning, I was like, oh, I bet gay OnlyFans is way different.
I mean, but again, I wouldn't have to worry about that because I do have a platform. If I was just some regular guy that couldn't pay his bills and was never on this show, then I would have to compete. But people would settle seeing Poundcake. My handle would be the Helpful Brown, and I would be helping these guys get, reach the top of the mountain. That's what I would be doing. That would be my OnlyFans Helpful Brown, and but I don't want to because people wouldn't be chill about it. And my mom would probably still love me, but I don't want to embarrass her. My family has embarrassed each other enough. I don't want to do that.
You don't think you've already done that here?
You don't think she's embarrassed, man? Just do it.
But I have integrity.
My God.
I'm trying to do the right thing.
What integrity?
My girl I got a Brazilian today too, and my girl that was waxing me, she used the phrase, God, it was a Poundcakeism. She said, too big for his bridges. And I didn't correct her, but she said she was talking about LeBron James, actually. She was like, yeah, I think he was great when he was here, but he just got too big for his bridges. And it took everything in me not to laugh out loud.
Jeff Bo Lloyd. I saw some dope pretending to know what he was talking about with the whole Russia-Ukraine thing on Twitter and nuclear war, and he's really building up this whole thing, and then he referred to DeathCon 5.
Oh, I saw that.
You know it's not DeathCon, right? You dummy. Oh, I love it.
Oh, somebody was
too big for his bridges.
I was like, man, that's a good one. That's really good.
Leon, Jeff, Bo. He's too big for all of them.
There was a guy, I got a clip that's getting a bunch of views about student loans right now, and some guy just going on, and there were like 8, like I can get 1 or 2 typos. There were like 8 typos in this sentence talking about like education's a scam. I'm like, bud, you lost.
Yeah.
You gotta
SKAM.
You gotta calm down.
I'm going to take a break. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Before I met my wife, someone tried to introduce me, and I said, no, she looks Italian. I want nothing to do with that because my experience with Italian women was douchey, you know? So,
yeah, you had a bad taste in your mouth.
Exactly, figuratively and literally.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Guardians getting a day to regroup after dropping the opener of their AL Division Series to the Yanks. The rematch is set for tomorrow night. New Browns linebacker Deion Jones is expected to practice today after coming over in a weekend trade. He's been on IR to rehab a shoulder injury. And former NFL running back Marshawn Lynch is joining Prime Video's Thursday Night Football coverage. He'll take viewers into host cities' neighborhoods for pregame features. I'm Scott Davidson.
This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer. Learn more at MBUSA.com. That's MBUSA.com.
It's Alan. Seemingly out of nowhere, I became the lawn guy. I really put a lot of attention in it. I'm surprised myself, but did you get to spend as much time on your lawn as you wanted this year? I know I didn't. I never do. But that's okay, because fall is here, and that's the best backyard season of all. Yeah, the days are cooler, but the nights, you can still keep them warm. You can have barbecues and cookouts and building bonfires, whatever. Just grab a bag of Scott's Turf Builder now and enjoy your lawn longer than ever. Scott's, the best fall of all. It's in the bag.
It's Mr. Hero's hottest couple, the Roman Burger and Hot Buttered Cheesesteak. Two famously delicious sandwiches that'll beg the question, which one should I order? Try both. After all, they go better together.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave.
The legendary Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory is now open. 49 Years of Terror, voted 2 of the best haunted attractions in America. Open Friday and Saturday nights. The Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory on Triplet Boulevard in Akron. For more info and tickets, check out hauntedschoolhouse.com.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Burgermeister Mike Papa D'Amato here. The tents are up, and it's Oktoberfest time. And Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. Yeah, we've rolled out the barrel and tapped into a keg of savings just for you. Dusseldorf Deal, Bavarian Brewmeister Belze has strapped on his lederhosen and is heating up his sauerkraut balls. Accordion to Deal. If you want to save a lot of cabbage, it's time to snap to it. So hang on to your schnitzel with the great deals, and APRs as low as 1.9%. October. That means, are you kidding me? Can you find better deals anywhere else? 9. So stop in today before the deals are kaput. Schnell. Poke over to Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. Why? 'Cause the deals are so good. Yeah, get the good times rolling at BigNissan.com.
Let all those fall jack-o'-lanterns be a reminder of the kind of smile you don't want. Improve your smile at Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Byte Invisible Teeth Aligners are doctor-directed and cost thousands less than traditional braces. Download the MyBite mobile app to track your progress every step of the way. Order your at-home impression kit today for $14.95 with your clear aligner purchase from Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Be confident. Be you with Byte.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Hilton, we're in the business of serving people, so it should come as no surprise that we take care of our team members too. Hilton Cleveland Downtown is now hiring. Positions are available in several areas, including guest services, housekeeping, security, engineering, and in our bar and restaurant. You'll earn incredible benefits, including hotel rooms for as little as $40, robust paid time off, health insurance, and free meals while working. Learn more and apply today at jobs.hilton.com. That's jobs.hilton.com. Hilton Cleveland Downtown, hiring now. now.
Over 50 million members rely on AAA, America's largest motor club. Whether you're locked out of your car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or a dead battery, with AAA's legendary roadside assistance, you can call anytime. Join AAA today for 50% off. We'll waive the membership admission fee, and as a special bonus, you'll receive a 1-year membership for 3 eligible family members. Visit AAA.com. That's AAA.com. Limited time offer for $27 annual membership. Restrictions apply. Visit us online for details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
A cold shower is not the way to start your day.
Yikes!
Contact my pal Sal, Sal's Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Sewer for great deals on standard or tankless water heaters. Call 440-582-4748 or go to salsheatandcool.com.
It's time to eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin' with pumpkin muffins, munchkins, and donuts. Pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra smooth pumpkin cream cold brew. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Cleveland Clothing has all your orange and brown gear for football season with tees, hoodies, and headwear, perfect for tailgating to game time, and your only spot to get official Buzzard merch. Use the promo code SPOOKY for 20% off now through the end of October. ClevelandClothing.com.
Fires! He scores! Heroic in OT! The Monsters win it!
It's time for Monsters Hockey. Opening night by SeatGeek, Friday at 7. First 5,000 fans get magnet schedules from University Hospitals, plus it's 1, 2, 3 Friday with $1 Pepsi, $2 Hot Dog Waldy Hot Dogs, and $3 Labatt Blue. There's nothing like hockey at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Go to clevelandmonsters.com for tickets starting at just $10. Monsters Hockey, like the land.
I absolutely love my dog, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, because shed happens.
If there's a better place for world-class outdoor adventure, we haven't seen it. Or a better place to take in top-rated fall colors. Haven't seen that either. But you should see it. It's all right here in the breathtaking landscapes of West Virginia, America's third most forested state. And the one state that will open your eyes and take your breath away like no other. Plan your fall trip at wvtourism.com.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? Bundle and save to get up to $225 off on 4 select Goodyear tires. That's right, $225 off Goodyear tires.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is it a noun or is it a exclamation?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch iHeartRadio app? You can listen, leave us messages there. Guardians lose that first game in New York against the Yankees, 4-1. I ended up clicking it on about the last couple of innings and watching.
They had a chance. They had the bases loaded and only one out, and they didn't.
A lot of hits, no runs.
Of it. Yeah,
4-1 was the final. They'll get another crack at them tomorrow night in New York.
Weather permitting.
Weather permitting. There's a lot of questions about how that's going to lay out because there is, it's almost certainly, according to the forecasting, going to rain tomorrow night, which would mean that game would be played Friday. So I guess we'll know more tomorrow. Cavaliers will play tonight. They're still in town. The Atlanta Hawks are coming in. That's Dominique Wilkins Dominique Dawkins. No. Michael Vick.
Not even the right sport.
Oh, that was the Falcons, wasn't it? It's all birds down there. You got the Atlanta Hawks. It's a bird. You've got the Atlanta Falcons, the football team. That's a bird. You've got the Atlanta Braves. That's the baseball team. That's a bird.
Oh, yeah. Is that why they didn't have to change their name?
Yeah, of course.
That's a bird.
Aren't birds brave? You see how high up they are?
Yeah, that is pretty brave.
The Atlanta Warblers, their soccer team.
Yeah, that's right. Don't F with the Warblers. So, Hawks Cavs tonight, 7 o'clock here on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, 100.7 WMMS. And then the Guardians tomorrow. Hey, Woody, hello.
Alan Cox, hello. How you doing,
How are you, sir? What's up?
I'm good. I'm enjoying a little libation after work today.
Mm-hmm.
And you were, before the break, you were talking about Mary's. I just walked in on the end of it because I was outside doing some work. But
Woody, do you want to
drink a bunch of iced coffee too?
Woody, do you want to take a second and compose yourself, or what do you want to do here?
Yeah. I just popped right back on the hold line.
Yeah.
But referring to what was going on with Mary's situation, I had some rock and roll friends that I was talking to that were, pretty hardcore, successful, like almost making it kind of guys. And I had the question, like, would you write a song that was not down your vein? I mean, would you write a bubblegum song to make it, to have your band make it, have you make it as an artist? Would you sacrifice your integrity as a musician to get there? You know what I mean?
I think that's a thing of the past. I mean, the business has changed. Selling out isn't even a thing anymore. And frankly, I always thought of musical integrity as not being genre-based. If you can write songs and you can write them for different genres of music, that's an amazing talent. So I've played in a lot of bands as a younger man. I'm not a songwriter. I'm pretty good with words, right? I can write jokes, but I did not. Songwriting is a very difficult thing to do. It's a very specific way of writing that is, you have to be very talented to do it.
You're being humble right now, but you are the writer of Oldie Timey Christmas.
Yeah, my one hit. And it was a seasonal, unfortunately.
One hit's more than
seasonal.
What a lot of people have done.
I like how Woody
Who cares if it's a seasonal hit? It's a hit.
I like how Woody
is a hit.
I like how Woody described his friends as hardcore successful who almost made it.
Very hardcore.
Almost made it.
They're hardcore into like what they're, where their focal point was. I want to be a musician. This is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
I'm going to put 15 years of my life into it. I'm going to dig ditches and spend every night in the club.
Yeah, I think the concept of, I think a lot of artists would, I hope, agree that selling out was always pretty silly, but the concept of selling out, I think, is an old notion because you've got to there are a billion things that are going to be outside somebody's comfort zone that can get them closer to a bigger audience, and it's a matter of getting over yourself and doing what you're already good at.
So back to the story that I walked in a little bit late on. So showing boobs is selling out to excel your career. I don't know if I'm on the same topic.
Showing boobs. I thought he said Sean Boobs.
Yes,
I'm like,
Sean
who is
Boobs.
Sean Boobs?
Sean Boobs is selling out all across the country.
Yeah, he's
hottest
opening
comic out there. Gotta
for,
see Sean Boobs.
Opening for Charlie Puth. It's great. I thank you, Woody. I'm going to move on here because I think you're whatever. By the way, for people who are watching on the live stream and are asking me what my shirt says, it says bass
in your face.
Bass in your face, right? And one of our sales ladies was passing me in the hall, and she goes, "Ooh, bass in your face." And I'm like, or bass. It's got a big speaker on him. And then, of course, she started laughing. But I only mention that because they've already indicted those guys that cheated in that walleye tournament.
Oh, wow. That's fast.
That's when they care about something.
Oh, yeah.
Like fishing scandals.
Fishing scandals in Cuyahoga County. This cannot stand. The Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office announced that the two guys that made national news for cheating during the Lake Erie Walleye Trail Tournament, or LUTT, last month, have been charged with 1 count of cheating. That's a felony.
Wow,
1 count.
Felony cheating.
1 count of attempted.
I'm glad those days are behind me because I know you could get felony cheating.
Let's keep it to misdemeanor cheating, shall we? 1 count of attempted grand theft. 1 count of possessing criminal tools. See, when they want to charge you with something, they will find every single thing they can charge you with. And then 1 count of unlawful ownership of wild animals.
Fish.
But they caught the fish. They just weighted them down. How is that unlawful ownership?
And what's the
Because
criminal
they probably
tools?
had to catch them first.
But they caught the fish.
I don't know.
Who knew that there were these many laws against this kind of tampering with ODNR?
But they have to be they have to be proven guilty for these.
It's on video.
They're just but they're trying to throw as many charges, so at least one of them will stick.
they'll all stick.
They may not be
right, but they'll probably. I mean,
they're not going to get all of them because all of those probably carry if they're all felonies. I don't know if felonies.
These are
carry
5th degree felonies, so they could get a year in prison
for each.
Bunch of fines. The other misdemeanors are they could get 30 days in jail and $250 in fines. Boy, you don't want the Department of Natural Resources coming after you.
To think that your life
or the Fish and Boat Commission or whatever it is.
Well, because they're sitting around just handing out little fines, and now they got a big fish, and they're.
I was gonna say, would you say they caught the big one?
Yeah,
yeah.
So they've been champing at the bit to get going on this.
People used to be afraid to knock on the door if they're a sex offender. Imagine if you're the guy that cheated in the tournament.
Hello, I moved next door. I'm one of the guys who cheated. I'm one of the guys who cheated in the Lake Erie Walleye Trail Tournament.
Well, it also shows you how people take these things so serious.
Prioritize
Right, they
things.
prioritize to go, oh, cheating at fishing, that is not okay.
Unacceptable.
You cheat at football. You cheat
Elections,
things like that. They're like, nah, it's not really anything.
Whatever. It's a free country.
But it's $30,000 on the line.
Right. And that's why people are so fired up.
Yeah, had they won, they would have received $28,760. Director, sorry, Ice.
Now I understand. It's very frustrating, Alan, about eating while you're on a hot mic.
Hot mic, cold ice.
Do as I say.
Welcome to the show. As part of the possessing criminal tools charge, they seized their boat as evidence. Nice. Mm-hmm.
Dude.
Unlawful ownership of wild animals pertains to the fish fillets found on their boat. Okay, right.
Gotcha.
So they stuffed them with weights.
2 for $4. Thanks, McDonald's.
They not filet-o fish.
Oh.
You see if they pulled out filet-o fish out of it, still
Give
wrapped
me
in
my
the
filet-o fish.
Right.
in the blue
wrapper,
the
yeah.
blue wrapper.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that commercial?
Give me back
that
that
filet-o
filet
fish.
fish. Give me that fish.
Oh God, there was a movie, that Gerard Carmichael movie that he that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that he directed called One More Day. I don't know what it is, where he and his friend are in a suicide pact. There's a scene where they walk into his dad's office and that filet-o-fish starts singing. I was like, oh my God, I haven't heard that in so long.
There's a joke like that on Big Mouth, and but the fish just starts singing like a random song, and they're like, isn't it supposed to sing a song that everybody knows? And he's like, I'm a fish pimp or something like that.
Give me back that filet fish. Give me that fish. Give me back that filet fish. Give me that fish. What if it were you hanging up on this wall? If it were you in that sandwich, you wouldn't be laughing at all.
Now, what I like is that the guy's just sitting there eating the filet of fish and watching the fish on the wall sing to him, and he's just bobbing his head along.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wish I could
Pops.
get it.
Yeah. Hey, babe. How you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic.
I just want to tell you a short story about these
Scoundrels.
fish and, wildlife guys. They got more juice than any of the law enforcement guys. I mean, they're right up there with Treasury agents. They can walk right in your frickin' house.
Do they pack heat?
No, unannounced, no warrant, no, nothing.
Do they? So the Department of Fish and Wildlife could do no-knock warrants?
If they got reasonable cause, they're going in.
Reasonable?
They'll walk right in.
If they have probable cause to break down your door because of an outdoor fish and wildlife violation. Huh.
Government owns the fish. Period. Government owns the bears, the rabbits, all that stuff.
Is that
Hey,
true?
short story.
But the government, they don't own the fish in the lake.
Yeah, they do.
They put them there.
They own the fish?
The government owns the fish, baby.
Wait, that can't be. If I go fishing and I pull something out, I've got to show it to somebody, I guess, but that doesn't mean that they own the fish. If I went to them and I go, hey, how many fish are in Lake Erie? They go, I don't know.
Well, you know, look at the deal with offshore fishing. You know, there's agreements and everything like that, and you know, watch one of these reality TV shows with the game agents. I mean, they just walk in and they grab whatever you got. 30 years ago.
Oh, you mean like hillbilly hand fishing and stuff like that? Those reality shows, not Love Island or anything. Yeah, okay.
It's fancy. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when I was a young guy, one of my friends stole a Christmas tree off of a state park.
Yeah.
And, anyhow, someone got his license number. They tracked him down. They came the day before Christmas. They took the frickin' decorated Christmas tree, all the gifts. Oh, yeah.
They confiscated all the gifts.
They
took the gifts.
Oh, man. Public seizure is a bitch. Yeah, but cutting down a tree in a state park, I can see that. Pulling a fish out of the lake, you still caught that fish. I mean, I guess it's shades of difference. I'm sure you're right, but that's why you're not supposed to cut a tree out of the state park and take it home. If only there were places around where you could just go buy a tree for Christmas.
Geez, I wish I could find one of those places.
Know.
I had to chop it out of the neighbor's yard.
Right.
It's a lot more fun.
Right. Okay, thank you, Pops. I appreciate the information. There's Pops. I like any guy who calls himself Pops. Doesn't matter if he's got kids. I don't know that guy. It's actually better if he doesn't have kids. Why they call you Pops? Because I drink a lot of soda. All right, well, that's good too. We have a lot of bureau chiefs, by the way, the people who listen to us all around North America on the iHeartRadio app. We have Holly, who listens in Durant, Iowa. We have Matt, who's down in Delray Beach, Florida. Kyle is in Nashville. And Ray is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. We have about half a dozen people who listen to us in Canada, and he's over on the West Coast in Vancouver. And boy, if there's anything Canadians love more than Americans, it's statues. They love statues, especially these small towns where they erect a statue that has some local significance to their town. It's the only, they're trying to get tourism dollars there. I told you about this town in British Columbia called Hope, where they shot First Blood, the first Rambo movie. And we've made a big story about when they put up the Rambo statue. Well, now they've put up another statue. They've put up a Will Teasel statue. That was the character the late Brian Dennehy played. He was the nemesis of John Rambo. He was the sheriff in that town. So now they have a protagonist and antagonist statues in Little Hope, British Columbia.
He was great in that movie.
Brian Dennehy?
Brian Dennehy was fantastic.
He's great in every movie.
And that one in particular.
Yeah. I'm so bummed he's gone. He was great in Presumed Innocent. And
Tommy Boy playing Big Tom.
Yes. Every movie, Brian Dennehy was dynamite. So now Hope, British Columbia has...
Is that for me, Dad? No, son, that's for me.
The movie, they're going to be celebrating the 40th anniversary of the movie First Blood. It was released on October 22nd of 1982. I remember my parents went to go see it when it first came out. And I remember my mom coming home and talking about what a great movie it was. Of course, my dad's a veteran, so I'm sure he had a different take on the movie, but they both loved it. And then when it came out on VHS, they bought it. And so First Blood, I mean, back then it took like a year and a half for a movie to come out on VHS. And when it did, it was $120. So when we had that in our house, man, I was watching First Blood nonstop. Great movie.
I was so young. I mean, I was a baby when First Blood came out, but just knowing Rambo was in the zeitgeist of things, but I didn't understand that the first movie was very different than what they did in the sequels.
Yes. The sequels were less fun because it was just stabbing people in the face and killing them and stuff.
But then they got really fun once it's shooting a guy point blank
And his head
with a
exploded.
Gatling gun and his head exploded.
That's right. It was just Stallone turning guys into hamburger in another country. Yeah, very 80s Cold War type stuff. But that First Blood film.
It's a very political film.
Yes, very anti-war, and it was from a book. There was a novel called, I think the book was called First Blood, and the guy was just named Rambo in the book. He didn't have a first name.
I think the book was actually, he did have a first name. He was called Johnny Knife Boy Runs Amok.
You know what? We're going to change the name of the movie from the book. The adaptation of Johnny Knife Boy Runs Amok. One of our New York Times bestsellers. So anyway, up there, we don't have a bureau chief in Hope, British Columbia. It's not far from the U.S. border, though, but they do a big thing every year for First Blood. That's their town's claim to fame. They get about 15,000 people a year visiting because of First Blood, because I guarantee you, every sign in that town has a reference to First Blood. Hey, come and eat at our mom and pop's restaurant. This is a restaurant that was in the background of First Blood in 1982. Now, in another town in Canada, a town called Cheadle, as in Don Cheadle, spelled the same way. It's in Alberta, Canada. And they don't even have a connection. You know, Hope, British Columbia has a connection to First Blood. It was shot there, part of it, whatever. This town, Cheadle in Alberta, Canada, just because their name sounds like Cheeto residue, they erected a giant statue of a hand with an orange Cheeto in it and dust on its fingers.
Love it.
Brilliant. Because then people
The
are
Cheadle
going
hand
to
statue.
go to that town just to take a picture with that statue.
Yeah, I guess so.
If I was close, I would go there.
Show trip.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you got to have Cheeto dust on your hands when you take the picture. That's
Can it be Dorito dust?
Is that what it
instead?
is?
No.
They won't know.
I'll know.
So anyway, the people are starting to enjoy it. K.D. Lang, remember the singer K.D. Lang? She's Canadian. She's already posted some photos with it. But for our Canadian bureau chiefs, you have those two new amazing structures in your country. Now, I think right next to it, and I'm sure it costs some money, but when they get the money saved up, maybe in the town treasury, right next to it, they should put a giant statue of actor Don Cheadle.
Yeah.
Because the town is spelled like his name.
Cheetos.
That could happen too. Have him come to town, you know. I've got to take a break. Hey, I'll have those Mushroom Head Halloween show tickets for you. That's coming up on the 29th at the Agora. So if you want to get in on that, get you set up after the break. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS
iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, I want to get yourself a couple of tickets for the infamous, legendary Mushroomhead Halloween concert, an annual must-attend tradition in Cleveland. Back at the Agora on Saturday, October the 29th. Tickets, info, everything else you need. You can always go to agoracleveland.com to get the lowdown on what's coming through. Mushroomhead with special guests Half-Raised Heathens and Bittersweet Revenge. Who knows what they'll have in store? Call 10. These two tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. I want to send a text. I'm going to be talking to Vaden Lewis later on. You might know the name. He's a longtime frontman for the Toadies, who are in town tomorrow night, right around the corner. The Toadies are playing a show at the House of Blues with Reverend Horton Heat. And they are celebrating the 25th anniversary of their album Rubberneck, which is still a high watermark of the grunge era. Now, if you do the math, you'll realize that the 25th anniversary of Rubberneck was 2019. But things being what they are, they weren't able to really get out and do what they wanted to do. So they're going to play Rubberneck in its entirety, and the Toadies are dynamite. That's a band that's still, we'll play Possum Kingdom on MMS, and that song still gets a lot of action.
Great song.
But I always thought they were an underrated band. I thought they were from Austin, but I think they're actually from Dallas. Anyway, so Vaden Lewis will be on with me a little bit later on.
Dude, Reverend Horton Heat, they had that Psychobilly Freakout on Guitar Hero. The song is hard.
Sure.
It starts out, it's a Psychobilly Freakout.
Yeah. Love Reverend Horton Heat.
You're going to fail out immediately.
There you go. Right.
I think I'm going to listen to some Toadies on the way home today.
Yeah, why not?
I haven't listened to
I Come From the Water. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good band. Saw them a long time ago. What else? Oh, I will have AFI tickets for you later on if you want to see them. In the next few days, a lot of good guests are going to be on. Mo Rocca, who you remember from The Daily Show. He does stuff for CBS now. He has a very funny podcast called Mobituaries.
Hey.
Talks about dead famous people. William Patrick Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins will join me, too. In the next few days, our friend Chris Frangiola is back in town tomorrow to do Hilarities, and he'll be in here.
Just listening to his podcast this morning a little bit.
Cover to cover.
Cover to cover with Chris Frangiola.
Yeah.
It's a catchy intro song.
We haven't seen him in a long... I haven't anyway. Maybe you've run into him. I haven't seen him.
I haven't run into him in a while.
A long time.
Last couple times he's been in town, I've been out of town. So I haven't seen him in a while, but I always like catching up with him when he's
great.
in town. And we talk from time to time on Instagram, and he's a buddy.
Funny dude.
Very funny. Very dry, and I love it.
Yes. So, and then next week, I'll just blow through these. Next week, I will have Blink-182 tickets for it. They announced a global world tour. You can win them with Rover, and you can win them with me. Blink is playing May 16th at the Romo Fijo with Turnstile. So you can win those all next week, and I'll have some other shows to hook you up with, too. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Anytime you want to leave us messages, you can do it there. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Scott in Brunswick. Heard you guys talking Browns on Monday. And I got to be honest, I didn't stop watching because of the whole Deshaun Watson scenario. I just stopped watching because the Browns suck. There are so many other things you can do with that, like 3-hour block on your Sunday, than watch the Browns snatch defeat from the jaws of victory every afternoon. I mean, granted, they win every once in a while, and maybe I'll watch them if they make the playoffs, but the fact that a lot of people allow themselves and their emotions to be held hostage by this terrible excuse for a football team every Sunday, it just boggles my mind. To be honest, I am kind of envious of that level of commitment, but I'm only 24 years old and I have to watch out for my heart, so I don't think I see any Browns for me in my future. we continue playing like we've been playing since basically my entire life. Either way, hate the show. Just wanted to add.
There you go. There's another county heard from on the subject of your Cleveland Browns, who are at home this Sunday, right after the Cox Out pregame at the Ivy with Bud Light.
I do love the term snatching
victory.
Defeat from the jaws of victory.
Well, listen, Bill is a Chargers fan. I was actually thinking about this the other night because I am not in as historically bad of a position as a Bears fan as Browns fans are. We have a Super Bowl under our belt. We went to another Super Bowl 15 years ago. So there's a certain degree of victory there. But we're usually not a great team. And I was, because we kind of got into this the other day about just picking another team. There's such a liberation in that. You go, from now on, I pick one. I'm a Jets fan. From now on, I'm a Jets fan. Pick another one. But you know what I mean? Like,
no,
you just pick one.
There is something liberating about it. And it also, it's sports. I'm not an athlete. I'm not on these teams.
You're not.
It's fun. It's just fun.
Come on, what's with all the jerseys then?
No, a boy can dream.
Yeah.
I'm still a heavy hitter.
I heard from Carrie, who for a long time has been our bureau chief in Cave Creek, Arizona.
Can you explain real quick what a bureau chief is? Because there's some people on the live stream asking about that.
A bureau chief is just my term for people who listen to the show but have to do it on the app because they're in another state. There are people who live in the far-flung corners of Ohio who have to listen to that. Because I have people come up to me like at an appearance. They'll be like, hey, can I be a bureau chief of Fairview Park? And I go, if you could listen to MMS in what we call the ADI, that's not bureau chief. It's people who listen to the show from out of state on the app.
An appearance today, there was a little girl that came up to me with her mom, and her mom told me that she's a big fan of the Get Down, and she likes doing the galaga, galaga, galagas.
Right. It wasn't Mary Santora from the past, was it?
No.
No, it was a cute
Promise.
kid.
Hey.
Oh, God. Anyway, I heard from Carrie. She's our bureau chief in Cave Creek, Arizona, and she was writing to, and I like when people do this, even though they're under no obligation, to relocate. She is now another bureau chief in Richmond, Virginia. So she's moved across the country to Richmond, Virginia. You also tell Bill, Carrie says, that I support his decision to no longer be a booster for the Browns. I, too, severed ties with him, and I picked a new team. After watching Malik Willis during the Combine, do you know where he is?
I don't know.
I decided to make the Tennessee Titans my new team.
Was he the guy that was running the 40-yard dash, and he tripped and his D fell out of his shorts?
Fell out?
Oh, maybe that's why.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Look up that video.
I thought she was just really into guys doing well at the Combine. But so he pulled a Lenny Kravitz.
Well, I don't know if that was him.
Okay. Well, somebody Google Malik Willis Combine penis and see if that's what.
Combine.
As Bill would say, do better. And also, Carrie concludes her letter with a little thing for Poundcake.
It was Chris Jones that did that.
Well, then maybe she was judging Malik Willis just on his sports abilities alone and not his knee shooter. If you're wearing those pants, how does anything fall out? Aren't you laced up and you're in there? Or are they just practicing in sweatpants and stuff?
I mean, he's wearing like a pair of shorts, and they're like tight shorts. It's weird that it would happen.
But is he a good football? Who's he play for?
I don't even know if he made it. But this was a few years ago.
That was the most attention he got.
Yeah.
Not for his work on the field.
Yeah. Hold on.
Carrie says, Poundcake, I've had psoriasis my entire life. The healthier and cleaner you eat, less flare-ups you'll have. It's an easy thing to manage without medication. A look into the anti-inflammatory diet. Every time we talk about Poundcake psoriasis, he said, I can't get tattoos because of psoriasis. And then all these people flood me with messages that there are psoriasis sufferers who get tattoos specifically to hide their psoriasis scars.
I didn't say I couldn't get tattoos, and psoriasis scars are not the same as having psoriasis.
How do you get psoriasis scars without psoriasis?
I'm saying you have it, but it's not a flare-up right now. So they're doing it over a place where you used to have a flare up. So it could come back to that spot, and you've already like.
I see what you mean.
Driven ink and a needle through it. So
I guess
not
I didn't.
The best idea.
I have to.
You can.
I have to claim ignorance on this as often as you've talked about it. I guess I didn't realize that it was something that flares up.
Yes.
Like the
herpes.
herp.
Yeah.
I thought, is it like that? It's like a bacterial thing or something?
Almost
like,
exactly the same.
Okay.
Well, it's it's an autoimmune disease. So I mean
that much I know, but I guess I thought it was something that like
there's things that can trigger it. Mine, like I have consistent psoriasis on my shins. That's where I have it the most. It doesn't really go away. There's times where it's like better, where it's like it just looks like a birthmark almost.
That's why he hates the Garden State soundtrack.
And then there's times where it looks like I like was like hanging on the back of a truck going down the street. So my shins are always kind of look like weird. I'm serious.
I know, it's just it paints a picture.
He got dragged like who's the dude in The Boys? Who's the fat A-Train drags that other guy behind him on the road?
But there's other parts of my body where it will just be. It'll just pop up one day, and it'll look like.
And you have no warning. You don't feel like a weird way, and then you go, "Oh, here comes." You know, like when girls get they get premenstrual syndrome. They don't go, "I'm gonna get my period."
No,
I
know.
get my psoriasis.
Yeah, I can tell where it doesn't. Yeah, I don't feel anything, but I can tell where I'm getting a spot because I can see it. Like there's like a dark shadow, and then within a day or two, it'll start to rise. Like the cells there will start to rise, the skin cells, and it'll just look like. Almost like a small little ringworm or something. That's what I originally thought it was. I thought it was like, ugh, Mom, I'm calling child services. You got me sleeping in a nasty ass bed. Like, I immediately go to the defense. I'm like, what is this? So I go to the doctor and they're like, oh, it's just eczema. It's just dry skin. I'm like, okay. So I had creams like most of my life, and I was just like, okay, it would just pop up in one spot, put the cream on it, it would go away. And then it just would like pop up all over, and it wouldn't go away. The cream, it built up like an immunity, and it just wouldn't go away. So then they're like, oh, this is psoriasis. I'm like, well, what is psoriasis? And then I got into that. And the thing is, I think I teased a girl in school who had psoriasis because I didn't understand what it was.
That's why you got it.
Of course you did.
That's exactly why I got it.
Oh, karma.
I didn't understand. I thought it was like this bitch had infinite chicken pox. I was like, why?
Infinite chicken pox. I think they're on that Toadies show.
Because she would like have them along her breast line. And I was like,
Yeah.
what's that? Like I point and like, what's that?
Is there anybody you just left alone?
Not one person. That's why his life is
As
the
a
way
kid,
that it is.
Did you ever not make a comment to someone? Just let them go about their day.
I knew her really well, so I felt like I could do that.
I knew her so well, I felt it was my duty to make fun of her. So I'm watching this Chris Jones combine thing. So you don't see his D. He just tucks it back in when he falls.
Yeah. So
but
like
he skids, so he had to have dragged that along the turf.
So the reason he
they got turf tip.
If you watch it like the Zapruder films, it's basically you see his sack come out.
Oh, you do? I can't even see that because he's wearing like bike shorts.
Right, and it comes out like I feel like it comes out the bottom. It's weird.
That is weird.
I found it on Daily Motion. They have a little bit more.
But I can't show it on the live stream.
No.
Okay, because I guess I couldn't see where anything. I just see him lay down and tuck something back in. But okay, well there you go.
I think
Chris Jones.
If you look for it on Twitter, they probably have an uncensored version of it. If that's really something you need to see today,
right?
Yeah, it looks like it comes out the bottom. It's weird, but I guess he was going pretty fast.
Alan, a real fan doesn't just ditch their team. They take the bad with the good. Jesus Christ, a little loyalty maybe.
No.
Yeah, but human beings also have their limit.
Mm-hmm.
And blind loyalty, even though I know there are a lot of people who think that's somehow a virtue, is not. And so certainly not when it comes to sports. I mean, there are a lot of things you might not have. You might have maybe an emotional interest in or something. But sports is something that you give your money to. Like if you paid for a ticket to see a band and they stunk, you might go see them again. Maybe they had a bad night. But if they stunk every time you saw them, you go, I'm not going to see that band anymore. $50 a ticket? I'm not going to see those guys anymore.
I would still root for the Browns if they were bad. Being bad is not why I'm not rooting for them.
It's Deshaun Watson.
It's Deshaun Watson. It's going and getting Deshaun Watson and then paying him $230 million and completely disregarding all those women's stories about him. And then they do the investigation and they say, yes, he was doing these things. I can't support that. I can't just look the other way and go, well, as long as they're winning football games, who cares what he does? That's not who I am. Right. If you're that kind of person, I've said it before. I don't go ahead, but I can't just cheer for a guy that was sexually assaulting and doing sexual misconduct with like 30 women.
Perhaps
it just doesn't. I can't do it.
Perhaps your loyalty should be to human decency. Maybe that would be a good thing to be loyal to.
And for the first time in my life, it is.
Hey, he did it.
Look at him growing up.
Alan, I was born in L.A. but raised here. The Chargers were an easy choice after the Watson drama. Well, you go Rams too. But, used to be San Diego Chargers, L.A. Rams. Now, Chargers said, you know what? We don't need that fan base anymore. We'll go up the coast and hunker down in L.A. You could be a Rams fan. When I was a kid, the only other team I cared about were the Rams. I was a Bears fan by birth, but actually by birth, I guess I would have been a Redskins fan. But
well, where you were raised, though.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because you were only in Virginia for a little bit, right?
Little bit. Yep, about a year. So there's that whole thing. I think, by the way, no one argues if you have the hot take that gender reveal parties have gotten out of hand.
We said that years ago.
What?
We said that years ago.
Yes, and they haven't gotten any more reasonable. I was reading about a couple in Brazil who are
more global.
Yeah, a couple in Brazil who got fined like $10,000 because they dyed a waterfall blue for their gender reveal, and in the process, it was an active waterway. So they were tainting the local water supply for their gender reveal party. And then, see, now you don't even they've gotten so stupid, you don't even have to be pregnant to have one. Because I was reading about this other woman who just found out that she thought she goes to the doctor because she just thinks she's like super overweight. Well, it turns out that she is, but she also has a giant ovarian mass in her, and she's going to have it taken out. But before that, they do basically a whole gender reveal party for her ovarian mass.
Excuse me.
A mass party is what they had.
You're going to have a little sister.
Yes.
Yes. That's what they did. And she's like, they had a cake and they had all kinds of stuff.
Instead of throwing an it's a boy or it's a girl party, my sister threw me it's a mass party. An ovarian mass, that is. We played many games such as guess the size of my belly and how much the mass weighs, and many prizes were given out. As part of our humor, my whole family wore different shades of blood, and we even cut cake like a birthday.
As part of the humor?
Blood?
What humor? Oh, some LA TikToker, she's like, yeah, before we had a mass party, and I mean, listen.
Some people just like throwing parties.
Well, also, if social media didn't exist, this would not be a thing, but none of these things would be things. But yeah, she had a gender reveal party for her ovarian mass, which sounds like a great Swedish goth band, but I don't think that it is.
I have a headache.
It might be a tumor.
It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor at all.
At all. It's not a tumor at all. So anyway, congratulations to her for not being pregnant and instead just having a giant, giant mass in her body. 15 pounds.
Dang.
In her stomach. I'm not sure how it's an ovarian mass in her stomach. I guess it just pushed into her stomach.
If it's on the side of the ovary, they're
Yeah.
like right next to each other.
Yeah. So anyway, but boy, imagine having fun and decorations, and what's going to make you feel more like eating a cake that looks like a giant tumor than that. Yummy. I've got a break. If you want to get a text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch. And you can listen wherever you are on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Play the snare drum. Let's play double time for the hi-hat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Play a little faster. Double bass. This is rock and roll.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
A jury reached a verdict in that second Alex Jones trial. I know it's hard to keep track of them, but he was in the middle of a second defamation trial or something, and they said that the jury had reached a verdict. The second multi-million-dollar verdict against Alex Jones in just over 2 months. This last one was 3 weeks of testimony in Waterbury, Connecticut, not far from Newtown, where the Sandy Hook school shooting was. That's at the center of all this, obviously. And the jury has determined that Alex Jones has to pay $965 million.
Oh, my.
Where's he going to get that?
He's not gonna.
He's not gonna. They'll
Not
appeal,
gonna,
obviously,
but
and then,
still,
they'll...
That's a lot of money to rule on.
In damages to numerous families. Well, because juries are there to determine punitive damages and compensatory damages. So when it comes to punitive, which is meant to punish the defendant,
I understand,
they
but-
shoot for the moon, boy.
But they should really want the family to get some type of money.
Well, they will. He'll settle somehow. The jury in Austin, that first one, the jury determined that he and his company had to pay $49.3 million. That seemed like a lot of money because that is a lot of money. And, of course, word is he's been socking money away in shell corporations for months now and then claiming poverty. But I'm sure his lawyers are pleased with that. They get their cut, right? Win or lose, you get your cut if you're the lawyer. The family say they suffered a decade-long campaign of harassment and death threats by Jones' dopey followers. Every single one of these families was drowning in grief, the attorneys told the jurors, and Alex Jones put his foot right on top of them. Alex Jones's defense, by the way, the whole time, is that he can't be blamed for something he genuinely thought. And he genuinely said he thought that those kids might all be actors, which obviously no reasonable person thinks that he actually believed that, but the burden of proof is to prove that he didn't. But it's pretty incontrovertible there that, the jury's going to go, yeah, this guy is off his nut, whether he believed it or not. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you, didn't he already, his company file for bankruptcy or something? I mean,
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. But he still has his kids, whether or not he can remember their names. But that's the, for people who keeping their nose to the Alex Jones grindstone. I passed somebody in traffic on 90 West, like a little SUV that had an InfoWars sticker on it. And I'm always curious. I'm sure we all do it. If you see something like whatever it is, you see something on somebody's car, you always want to see what they look like.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know what that compulsion is in humans to want to do that. Because what the hell is that going to, it's not going to do anything. She looked like a regular lady. She looked like a middle-aged soccer mom or something. A big InfoWars sticker on her car. Because there's a billion variables there. Maybe it's not her car. Maybe she's borrowing a friend's car. Maybe it's her husband's, and her husband's a dope. Maybe it's a rental.
Enterprise is taking some hard stances.
That's right. That's why I get mine from Hertz. Anybody want $965 million worth of testosterone nut powder? Somebody asked. Right. So anyway, no matter how you slice it, Alex Jones has gotten his comeuppance, at the very least. Some people are always looking for someone to get their comeuppance. And there it is. Listen, I am just excited that they're growing human brain cells in rats right now.
Ratchet!
That's very exciting to me. I think the more
Some would argue they're growing rat brain cells in humans, the way people are acting these days, right?
I'll tell you what. You are
funny radio stuff.
On point. But listen, the more that the lines blur between human and animal, it's very exciting to me. And these are clickbait headlines that get you to read the whole thing, and then they go, they've done this before, but in adult rats, the reason this is a big deal is because they're in newborn rats, when the brain is still forming. They've transplanted human brain cells into the brains of baby rats, where the cells grew and formed neural connections. Now, this science is way too complicated for me to truly understand it, but I'm going to go with pretty soon rats will be thinking like people. I'm just going to jump to the very end. I'm sure that's not what any of this means. I'm sure this is all in service of creating human organs and things.
It's like when there's an article about an asteroid near Earth.
Yes.
They're like, it's kind of close to Earth, and it's 4.7 light years away.
Yeah, right.
And like, but
for
that's
people who
pretty
measure
close.
this, that's pretty close. So, human brain cells in the brains of baby rats doesn't involve the things that I would like to think that it involves, I'm sure. But I'm still, anytime they do things like this, and I know some people think that it goes against nature. Some people think that it's an abomination, right? But if you believe that, then you have to at least allow that this is information that we have been given. If you believe in a higher power, then you also have to allow for the fact that higher power allowed us to access this information. And then the argument becomes, well, you're Goldblum in Jurassic Park. Just because you could doesn't mean you should.
But you should.
You should. Anything that can advance the course of human longevity, you should.
Let's do it.
They're not chopping their little heads off and looking down their necks to see what, it's obviously much more complex than that. And they're
I don't think it is.
Transforming human skin cells into stem cells and then putting them in the baby rats, and then they become brain cells.
Right.
That's fascinating.
How this will be able to keep people alive through horrible situations.
Or keep
not
rats
us.
alive.
We're not rich enough.
Oh, no,
but
we won't know.
Very wealthy people
That's right.
will be able to just live forever.
Yep.
And that's what we all want, right? We want everybody to suffer through the Kardashians and Elon Musk.
The billionaires of Earth will live forever. I was reading that monkeys might be closer to forming because of the combination of climate change and deforestation means that monkeys are evolving to leave the trees because there are fewer trees for them to live in, right? So it's an awful situation for them, but
it's the right move. It's the right move.
It's
I've watched
great
enough
down here, not in the trees.
I've watched enough Planet of the Apes movies. We need to not only take away their trees, we need to just get rid of them.
Right.
I think, I'm not for wiping out an entire species. But when it comes to apes.
But by the way,
I don't mind
Planet of the
wiping them
Apes.
off.
But Planet of the Apes, which is the archetype we all use when these stories happen, right? We go, oh my God, Planet of the Apes. What about, it doesn't have to be that big of a deal. What about region of the apes? It doesn't have to be the whole
Just
planet.
a section.
Yes.
All right, well, what region are we going to give them? Australia?
Kansas.
Fine.
Oh.
No, I don't want, it's got to be its own island. We can't give them something they can access the rest of the planet.
Well, they
easily.
can't access the rest of it. They would
in,
be
in Kansas. They can travel across.
No. They're
cornfields.
locked in. We box off Kansas. I mean, it's easy to do, and
we can't even.
I'm not the first
box
person
off
to suggest.
Mexico.
Huh?
We can't even box off Mexico.
That's a whole other thing. We need those people to do jobs we won't do.
We need Kansas to do things
We also need monkey people to do things that we won't do. Okay, region of the apes. But I mean, Australia is its own thing. It's a continent. It's, I mean, 3/4 of it is uninhabited. So
Madagascar, how about that?
Well, they've already got those cartoons living there.
Those cartoons can be moved to another place. I think we find a nice big island where they can just kind of be there. Greenland, how about Greenland? Nobody's using it.
Well, it's funny because
Greenland, no one's using Greenland.
We've all heard people be like dummies like Herschel Walker or millions of people who've preceded him, like, if we came from apes, how come there's still apes? Whatever. This is kind of this is an evolutionary leap. This is what we did 4 million years ago. We stopped swinging in trees, started walking on the ground. And this is what these animals are doing now.
And
so
that's
again,
why we gotta stop them because they're coming for our neck.
Our jobs.
These monkeys are coming for our jobs. Yes. Listen, I'm just saying, the more that the line blurs, because we are animals, the more that the line blurs between human, between hominid and animal, I'm a fan. Who knows what can come from this? And people aren't as opposed to this as they say. You got idiots putting their key fob in their wrist so they can walk because it's so hard to turn their Tesla on. I want it in my wrist.
Man,
okay.
That's the stuff where I draw the line, where like the body mod stuff to like.
It's cool, but I'll let other people do it. It's cool / stupid, and I'll let other people do it.
I got pockets. I'll be all right.
Yeah, I know. I got the chip from my key fob so I can always turn my car on. Cool. And then when you sell your car, then what do you do?
You gotta get surgery. Update your fob.
That's right. They put new software in your car and it doesn't update on your fob. Then what do you do?
Someone cuts your hand off so they can steal your car.
So a lot of these monkeys. And then finally, there's a woman whose life was saved because she was hurt by a bull.
She was hurt by a bull?
She was hurt by a bull. This is a woman in California who was at a bull. She was at a rodeo. And the bull jumped the fence. A runaway bull jumps the fence and hits her. And it put her in the hospital. And that's where they found out that she had thyroid cancer.
Dang.
When there's somebody on television, there's somebody really well known, like the Flip It or Flip It guys or something, where who was the guy? He was married to the blonde, and they were together for a while, and then they got divorced. El Musa or something. Anyway, this guy's on television, and a nurse was watching his show and like wrote the network and said, "Hey,
I
his
remember
neck.
this,
Remember
yeah.
that his neck looks weird," and he went in, and they found like a mass in his neck or something. No, I don't think he threw a party for it, but he credited that nurse watching his show, pretty eagle-eyed, watching and going, "Hey, his neck looks weird. You should get that checked out."
Was this the rodeo? I think that this video went viral last month where a bull got loose and a guy was able to lasso it and bring it down, but the bull was like running all over the arena and it was madness.
Yeah, maybe a runaway. This is in Redding, California. 25-year-old girl named Paige King gets hit by this bull and ends up in the hospital.
I went down and I just didn't really know what was going on exactly. It kind of took me a second, and then my boyfriend had picked me up and I was like, oh, there's a bull there.
We want her to go up to the emergency room, and through that they did a CT scan of her. They noticed a lump on her neck, and the emergency room doctor said, "You have to get that checked out." I was stunned, actually, in all honesty, as one of your kids finding out that they may have cancer. It kind of takes you back and gives you chills.
I wonder if she went back and thanked the bull.
Also, how much makeup was she wearing that the bull mistook her for one of the rodeo clowns?
The clowns.
Funny radio jokes.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I've had a lot of coffee today.
Oh, boy. So she's fine because that bull hit her.
That's amazing. That's a crazy story.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app there, you can always leave us messages there, too.
Hey, guys, it's Brendan. Hate the show. About the blind loyalty thing being a negative, in my time in the military, living abroad, it was viewed as a positive to the women that I was a Browns fan, because I will not give up regardless of how hard it gets. All right. Hate the show.
There
Bye.
you go. See what he did?
Mm-hmm.
Io sono un fan di Maroni. I wonder where he was stationed.
Who was getting hard in that situation?
Well, listen. I'm sure there are Browns fans around the world.
Well, I'm just saying that there's ladies around the world that are very convincing. And he won't give up no matter how hard they get.
I see. Well, listen, I wish he had given us more information there about being stationed overseas. How do you say I am a Browns fan in Italian?
I am a Browns fan.
Io sono un fan di Maroni. I am a It's me.
A Browns fan.
Yeah. Or in Punjabi. I don't know how you'd say I am a Browns fan in Punjabi. Or Russian. You could say it too.
Я фанат коричневых.
There you go. If you run into a Browns fan in Russian or a Serbian. You know, my ex-wife is Serbian.
Я сам фан Браун Боя.
Yeah, rolls right off the tongue. What a lovely language.
One of the romance languages.
One of the romance languages, sure.
Bulgarian, Romanian, Serbian.
Uh-huh.
South African.
Uh-huh. They called him the Chaucer of Cape Town back then. Armenian.
Yes. Oh
boy, they're killing it with this Google Translate.
why?
What a great job they're doing over there.
Browns.
I am not.
Ako.
Yeah, I am.
That's in Tagalog.
I am not worried at all about our AI overlords coming to. This is the advanced translation software they've got over there. What is it in Tagalog?
Browns Tagahanga Ako.
Browns Tagahanga
Ako.
Did you ever utter that phrase when you were a missionary in the Philippines? I am a Browns fan.
He just Googled it.
Did you or did you know?
I had to Google the word Tagahanga.
Did you ever say?
I'm not good at Tagalog anymore.
But would you tell people like I'm from Cleveland, Ohio?
Yeah, I would talk about more the Cavs, and I mean they didn't know anything about American football over there. They liked basketball, so I talk about basketball.
Okay. I was reading a thing that because there are so many Slovenians in this part of the country, that if you were to go to Slovenia and tell people you were from Cleveland, you'd be treated like royalty.
Nice.
Because so many of their families and ancestors and relatives have come over here to Northeast Ohio.
That's why I love Ohio. Really is the everyman's land. We have a little bit of everything here, like Mexican, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Jewish, black, white, everybody, Italian. We have everything.
Well, that's why having multiple universities is a plus.
Well, if he ever goes to California, it's going to blow his mind.
Wait until you think we got Mexicans here.
But that's to be expected in a state like California. We have 50 million plus, or I don't know, 50 million plus people, but 30 million plus people in one state. Here, it's just a little mix, and it's all spread out. Like there's some Puerto Rican out where like all the white people live. There's some Chinese out where all the like in the country having a farm. Like it's just so strange. It's so spread out.
I mean, like think of Dearborn, Michigan. All right, it's basically suburban Detroit. I think a Ford has a thing there. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest Muslim population in the entire United States.
Really?
It has the biggest mosque in the U.S. It's like 115,000 people. And about 8/10 of them are Muslim.
Not 4/5?
Maybe 6/7. So yeah, you've got these pockets of, But yeah, so just a little travel tip from AC to you. If you're like, hey, I'm from Cleveland, where should we go, honey? Go to Slovenia. Because you get off and they're going to be throwing rose petals in front of you as you walk the streets, and you'll be given their finest women, and they'll slaughter their juiciest pig for you, and they'll hand you giant steins of grog and mead.
I just got a text from Pete from the Funny Stuff, and he just goes, Arabs.
Question.
Somebody was telling me about how they went to go see a comedian, and they got the hummus, and I go, that must have been the Funny Stop.
It's the best.
Because how many comedy clubs are serving hummus? Yes, Cody.
How come we don't really monetize our Chinatown? Like, how come you can't
I think they do have businesses there.
Well, I know, but I'm saying I want to, like, make
because
Cleveland,
it's about
Chinatown like
because
a
it's
thing.
about 3 blocks.
If
There's like 4 restaurants in Asia Town.
How big is Little
I believe
Italy?
they prefer Asia Town.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
Asia Town.
It's like
sorry.
a walk. It's like a block, really. I mean,
It's a
few
short
blocks.
walk,
Yeah, it's
is
a
what Bill was trying to say.
Yeah, there you go. I got Arab on my mind.
What do you mean don't monetize it?
Like if you go to New York City, Asia Town, you can say
But you can't compare.
I understand that.
Okay.
but-
Why isn't Cleveland, New York, Alan?
Yes. Why isn't Cleveland, New York?
I want to go to. They have a few of those Asian style karaoke bars over there.
Oh,
We should
yeah?
get a room sometime and go have a party.
Did you just invite me to get a room?
I did.
You into it?
Mm-hmm.
Radio jokes.
This ain't no joke.
This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. Oh, so you're inviting him to get a room over
I'm
there in
inviting everybody.
Asia Town.
Maybe that's what I'll do for my birthday this year. I'll get one of those karaoke rooms and we'll all go sing some karaoke. And
Is it one of the places that I know things do close relatively early, but those places are open till like 4 in the morning? Is that true here or no?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but
I
I
only
would
know
like to check
one
them out.
karaoke spot, and I don't even like going to it anymore because it's always packed. Like the secret got out, and now everybody
Corky's.
goes. Where?
What are you talking about?
The karaoke spot.
Yeah.
is
What
it?
is, oh, he didn't want to say
The
because
secret's already out.
The secret's out. Tell us.
Now I don't want to go. I don't want to say it.
All right.
Do you even karaoke?
No, I don't.
So then,
What do you care?
I'll go and watch people, and I go with gays who love to karaoke, and they'll sing their stupid Grease, and I'll sit there and drink. But like,
Is it called karaoke?
no.
Oh, should be.
you thinking of Tina's?
What will you sing?
Yes, Mary.
Tina's is no secret.
I was going to say, yeah,
Tina's
what?
won like best karaoke bar in Cleveland scene a bunch of times.
Because the
20 years
secret
in a
got
row.
out.
The secret, I've known about it for 15 years.
Yeah, we used to go there all the time. It was like the only place that was open when we'd be out super late when we
Yeah.
lived in Ohio City.
That was the whole point. Like, we would be out drinking, having a great time.
Playing
and then
pool and-
One friend would be like, I want to go karaoke. I'm like, please, no. No, I don't want to go karaoke. And then I get drugged into an Uber, and then they're going to go karaoke.
You drugged in an Uber.
That's a
Now
place
that's a cap or two a weekend.
that on the weekdays, they do it every night pretty much. You can go in and get up immediately, but it's been a hot spot on the weekends for
a
decade plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're ruining my spot now. It was a
It's
secret
not your
to-
spot.
It was a
It's
secret
no
to me.
secret. It's a
my
secret to
spot.
me. You're so stupid. Wait till we get a room together. You have a new secret spot. 'cause
Stop
you get
inviting
your
me to
own
your room,
room.
Bill. I'm going to meet to you.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just inviting you to my birthday.
This guy. There was a place before we moved here, our neighborhood in Chicago, Gwen and I, there was a place right around the corner, this pizza place. It was these 2 old Mexican guys that ran it. It was some of the best friggin' pizza in the entire city of Chicago. But right next door was a place called El Taco Veloz. And the food was not good, but they had karaoke every single night until like 4:30 in the morning. So we'd come back, balado, and walk in there and start just doing karaoke at 3 in the morning and then stumbling home.
See Alan just like hitting a dizzy tune. He's like, wish I could be part of that world.
That's right, I did. I'd flip through that book, stuffing a sloppy taco in my face.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I got a... I'll have these AFI tickets for you on the way back if you want to go see them. I don't know if they've been out in a while, but they're coming. So I'll put you there. AFI, November 5th at the Agora. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break a little bit later on. I'm also going to talk to Vaden Lewis. He's a longtime frontman for the Toadies. They are doing a show tomorrow night right around the corner at the House of Blues with Reverend Horton Heat. I dig Toadies. So we'll catch up with him. And if you want to text for anything, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
All right, I want to go see AFI. And they're back on the road and coming here. AFI and Drab Majesty. It's going to happen Saturday night, November the 5th at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com. Get all the deets. But I will give you a couple of tickets here. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 2 for AFI. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Send me a text if you want to. If you want to watch live, do that at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you so much, by the way, to Spencert Flavisham for helping out in the video department today. You'll meet a lot of Spencers. You won't meet a lot of Spencerts. But there he is back there helping out today. So I appreciate that very much. The Cavaliers will play here at home tonight. They played the Sixers 2 games in a row, lost both times, one here and one in Philly. It's still preseason, right? It's anybody's game. According to Bill, these games don't count.
They don't.
But it's a good opportunity, and Poundcake's gone to a couple of them already. It's a good opportunity to see what the team's going to look like. Because you have Karis LeVert in the mix now. You have Darius Garland. You've got, is Chetty Osman still in there?
Yep.
You got Chetty Osman. You got Donnie Osman. You got Marie Osmond.
Nope.
And you've got Donovan Mitchell.
Yes.
So theoretically, a very exciting team to watch this season.
Yep.
So 7 o'clock tonight here on MMS, the Atlanta Hawks are in town. They'll play the Cavs. We'll get out at 6:30. That's when your pregame coverage will begin. And then tomorrow night, Game 2, Yankees, Guardians at Yankee Stadium. That game is at 7:37 tomorrow night. This is best of 5, right?
Yes.
Yes. So it's not a must-win game. I mean,
but it would be nice.
It would be great for them to not be starting
Yeah.
the series at 0-2. That would be awesome. I got a letter from, Alan, we're pretty serious Guardians fans, and my boyfriend and I always refer to Progressive Field as the corner of Progressive and Field. But I want to thank you for the show. I drive a lot for work, and I look forward to being in the car during your show. I'm not a person who usually enjoys talk radio, but the show is genuinely funny. You've got unbeatable chemistry.
Hey.
You don't get wildly political. And you manage to avoid getting super negative about pretty much anything. Is she listening to the same show that I'm doing? I don't do much political stuff anymore, but
I'm baffled at the chemistry thing.
I suck at science. I have no idea what that even is. I barely got out alive in
I didn't
organic
even
chemistry.
Make the coffee, really. So that's as, I put it in the
And you made
Keurig
the wrong
thing.
one.
Yeah, and I made the wrong one. So that's chemistry out the window.
Right. Yeah. What is it? We just have like a little. We have a little.
It's a business Keurig, basically.
But it's a thing full of just random pods, and you grab one. Is that
like
what it was?
different light roast, dark roast flavored.
Okay.
And I grabbed the French vanilla because I'm an idiot.
I heard somebody in there trying to clean up because one of us is always cleaning up something in the kitchen. Okay. So I heard somebody complaining that nobody is cleaning up the pod residue or something. I don't use those because I don't drink coffee. I think they might have some tea ones. Maybe I'll dip my toe into that. But I'm always cleaning up the fridge for some reason. Not the inside, the outside.
All smudgy.
No, because it kicks out ice. And so anybody that has a fridge that kicks out ice, you're always going to end up with 1 or 2 cubes that fly out and land on the floor because it's not an exact
And then you
science.
kick them under the fridge. All better.
Or I pick them up and throw them in the sink, and then but there's always water on the floor in front of the fridge, and so I find myself like the other day,
Kick 'em under the
somehow the ice chute inside the fridge got jammed up, and I was trying to get ice out. I go, well, this This has happened to me at home. So I open it up, sure enough. So I'm scooping the thing out with my hand. I'm throwing it in the sink, scooping more out, blah, blah, wiping the thing down. People are coming in. What did you do? I'm like, I didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to help you guys out and get myself some ice. Anyway, so all I know of the Keurig pod situation is that somebody is not dealing with the residue. Brand new facilities here, by the way.
dirty.
Give it a certain amount of time. People are animals.
Well, dude,
they will screw up a nice place.
There's over by one of the garbage cans, by one of those
Splatter
pillars,
on the wall.
Splatter.
I have
like someone threw a drink in, it splattered everywhere,
That's
and they were
exactly
like,
what happened.
That
Why
looks
would you
good.
think
Guess who's going to... Yeah, but this is my point. With whoever we allegedly have as a cleaning crew, no one has touched that. Guess who's going to end up doing that? Me.
I don't think we have a cleaning crew. There's no way.
Somebody's... These garbages get emptied.
But I don't think they're doing everything like
They
they
don't go
were
into the
upstairs.
office. They ain't
They're
cleaning,
not
they're just collecting
vacuuming.
garbage,
They're not. Yeah, they're not wiping. I just wiped down this in here because it's all dusty and dirty. And
I was counting.
I
Probably
cleaned
Keith Kennedy taking the garbage out because he's wearing so many hats at this
Right.
place. He's probably lugging all the garbage out too.
I wipe down the kitchen with like a sanitizing wipe probably once a week. Just because there's like coffee stains and splatter everywhere. Because I'm in there anyway. I'll like finish my lunch,
do the
wash
same
out my
thing.
Tupperware, and then give the kitchen a wipe down.
I'm going to end up wiping down that column that has
I almost did it today.
month-old coffee splatter on it. This is why we can't have nice things. And it's not even like there's a ton of people here at any given time.
No.
On any given day. Like,
with
unless there's a
animals.
big meeting going on, there's like 20 people who are here.
Yeah.
So I want to keep the place looking nice. Why let it go
To hell.
in a handbasket? My grandmother used to say.
She came up with that?
She did.
Well, she said it. I don't think she came up with it, but she used to say it. She'd say, we're all going to hell in a handbasket. And I'd say, speak for yourself, Grandma. I don't believe in hell.
Well, speaking of going to hell, I saw Smile last night.
How was it?
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was.
Your story was a roller coaster of a review.
I have spoilers on my story, so if you've already seen it, watch my Instagram story. If you have not seen it, do not watch it, because I talk about what happens in the movie.
Are
It's
you
a
giving
roller-
people a hard time before they've even...
No, because
Well, I'm sorry,
those-
what's that, Grandma?
Annoyed.
bunch of assholes.
Okay, thank you, Grandma. I miss you.
The movie was good, okay? I have found out that my issue with horror movies is they don't end how I want them to. And
Well, that
It's
could
the
be true
same-
of any movie.
That's the same reason you didn't like Gem. What was the Gem?
Righteous Gemstones?
No,
That-
No.
Oh,
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems. That movie was a 2.5-hour panic attack.
Yeah,
First
it was a great
of all.
movie.
And he's doing another movie with them.
Is he really?
Yeah,
Oh my
Sandler.
God. Anyway, it was a really good movie. It was suspenseful. It had really good like jumping moments. It was gory. Brian is more closer to what you align with as far as gore goes, and he said it could have been a little bit more. But for me, as someone who doesn't like that, it was
okay.
it was okay, maybe even a little bit much for me. But I thought it was a really good movie, but it didn't end the way that I would have preferred. And
Did they
so-
leave it open for Smile Part 2? Smile Harder?
did.
Yeah.
And that was what was annoying.
Well, they have to do that with horror movies now
That's
because
what
they go,
everyone who's responding to my story is like, horror movies are always open-ended.
yes.
Always.
Because
I'm
they're like, if this flops, who cares? If it's a hit, sequel, franchise, the whole bit. Yeah. But it's kind of It Follows-y, right? You saw It Follows?
I've never seen It Follows.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to give away too much.
No, don't. I mean,
From
I
what I
still wanna see
understand,
it,
from
but-
what you explained, it's very It Follows-y.
Okay, I've never seen that. I got Bird Box vibes out of it more than anything else.
The Sandra Bullock movie?
Yes.
It's
good.
I don't remember a lot of smiling in that movie.
No, the smiling is like what the demon does.
Oh.
That's like how you know somebody is possessed.
I
is by
see.
their creepy
Is this
smile.
some like feminist thing? It's like, don't tell us to smile. It's a demon thing.
No, because there's men. Because I thought that too. I was like, that's interesting. But it was really good. If you're gonna go see it, I would definitely go see it. But it was, yeah. I was.
If you're going to go see it, I would definitely go see it.
What, does that not make sense?
I thought it was funny.
No, it's just I got very upset and I was very riled up about the ending. And then
Riled up?
I was very aggravated on my story. And then Brian's like trying to talk to me about horror movies and how that's not What I want to happen is never going to happen in a horror movie. It's essentially what
I remember hosting. It was one of the first events I ever did when I moved to Pittsburgh. Is I hosted the premiere of the Blair Witch Project, and it was this is 20 years ago, so they still had like the huge mall theaters.
Mm-hmm. We saw it at the mall last night.
And the end of the Blair Witch Project, half that audience could not believe that's how it ended. They stood up screaming and complaining, and the other half
loved it.
I was in the latter half. I was like, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Cost them $35 to make, and it gross a couple billion. I do want to see Smile, though. You watched? I know you guys watch a lot on Shudder.
Yeah. We've been watching pretty much one horror movie every night.
Did you watch Speak No Evil? You gotta watch Speak No Evil.
I think is she in a car in that promo?
I think.
Yeah. We've almost watched it twice.
It's a Danish movie.
Oh,
and
subtitles.
It's very intense.
Is it subtitles?
Yes.
I thought that was a Richard Pryor, Gene Hackman movie. Not Gene Hackman.
Gene Wilder. Hear no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah.
It's a blind guy and a deaf guy.
One's white, one's black.
Yep. Speak No Evil is intense.
We were going to start it the other night, but both of us were too tired to read. We were going to pick it, and we're like, I don't really want to read subtitles for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I get that. But I'd watch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as big of a wuss about horror as I thought I was. Like, Smile, I was like, man, I'm going to have nightmares. I didn't have any nightmares.
You thought you were going to have nightmares.
You know what I had a dream about, though? I did have a dream that I was hired to write a horror movie. That I was hired to, punch up
What's your
a horror movie. Well,
if
it wasn't even mine.
If you had to create a horror movie, what would what's the scariest thing you can think of?
Oh, my God. Trying to get my boyfriend to put the toilet seat down. Am I right?
Funny
radio jokes! I like possession stuff. I like ghosts and demons and possessions. I like that. So mine would probably be that.
I like them in the vein of It Follows, and where it's kind of mysterious about what the entity is.
I don't like that. I like a physical being. I need a bad guy. I need a personification. Right?
Did you watch The Autopsy of Jane Doe?
No. Like I said, we've only been doing one each night, so I've got 30 on the back.
That might be on something else. And then watch The Taking of Deborah Logan.
Okay.
Which begins as one kind of movie and then pivots to another kind of movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I told you about Significant Other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a lot. We've got a lot on the.
All right.
The queue.
In the queue. That's right.
Definitely. It was good. It was good. I think you'd like it.
I'm hoping I will.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch up. I haven't gone to a movie in quite some time. So I want to see Nope and I want to see Smile, but I don't think.
Price on Tuesdays at Regal Cinemas.
I'm not going to movies on Tuesdays.
That's why we went yesterday.
I got to sneak it in on a Saturday morning or something.
It's not a cheapskate like your boyfriend.
Well, I
No, trust me, I like cheap movies, but I can't
But
get
you
there
can
on
go
a Tuesday.
Saturday morning, too, for cheap, too.
Yeah. Matinee.
Sure.
I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Matinee.
Matinee.
Matinee. Is there an accent grave over one of those?
Over
or an aigu? Or over the... a matinee. Hey, Leslie.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I know that y'all are talking about Halloween spooky-ish movies. I don't know. I might have gotten this lost in listening to the podcast, but have you watched the new Rob Zombie, The Monsters yet?
No, it's not for me.
Well, I figured because you've got a kid who it seems like this might be in the wheelhouse of not spooky per se, but the right Halloween vibes. And same with Mary. It's it's super cute. It's not like what he's done with
I know.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
I tried to get my daughter to get into it, and she didn't want anything to do with it. So I think I don't know. I heard it's super, really weird and stylized, and it's like a bad sitcom or something. Well, that's what The Monsters was, though, I guess.
I loved the original Monsters, but my problem is that, what's the dad's name?
Herman.
He's like a sexy dude. He's like a suave guy.
In this one, or?
No,
Oh.
that's my point, is that I was like...
Fred Gwynn was a sexy Herman Munster?
He had didn't he have a suaveness about him?
You're
where he
thinking
was
of the
kinda
Addams Family.
No, I thought the Munsters... Oh, you're right. I am thinking of the Addams Family.
Yeah.
Because Herman Munster was big
Gomez
and dopey.
Adams had the pencil-thin mustache.
I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
Gomez and Morticia. That's
They
couples
had
gold.
the sexy thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's why those movies were so great.
Because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, no, Herman Munster. No, he had the Frankenstein head, and he was a dope.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Those movies
Fine.
were way better than they could have been. Like
Yes.
those Addams Family and Addams Family Values hold up. Those are fun movies.
The Munsters TV show is actually
I love
better
that.
than it should be too.
Yeah.
It's like legit funnier.
Wait a minute. I thought they just redid the Addams Family with that guy who's like a character actor, and he's not sexy. And
It's
that was the whole
called
point.
Wednesday. That's coming out soon.
What's that Mexican guy's name?
Luis.
Gomez.
No.
Guzman.
Luis Guzman or
Guzman.
something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, is that
Thank
the
you,
Addams
Leslie.
Family?
Yeah, and
Then
like
that's what I'm thinking.
Catherine
of.
Zeta-Jones
Yeah.
is Morticia or something like that.
But is that
But-
because they did some Addams Family stuff that was animated?
Right.
Yeah.
But they're doing the Wednesday thing that's live action. Is that-
Wednesday is on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm thinking of.
But Luis Guzman actually looks more like Gomez Adams than
Right,
Raul
right.
Julia did. Yeah.
Yes, this is what I was picturing when Leslie was describing it. Sorry, Leslie, my bad. I took over
Oh,
a
no, you're
conversation
fine.
I didn't know anything about.
Good job, Mary.
I've never done that before.
She got coffee brain. Okay,
Dude.
thank you, Leslie.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye. Love you. Bye.
Munsters 2022.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know any of these people.
the my friends' opinions on it have varied so wildly from one side to the other that I don't know. That Wednesday thing looks pretty good, but again, I don't have time to watch these
That's
things.
the one I'm thinking of. That I thought that was weird casting for him because
Luis
Gomez.
Guzman,
yeah, Gomez is usually like a sexy, suave dude.
Well, I think Raul Julia was when they cast him. He was like, "This is how I'm going to do Gomez Adams," because the old Addams Family TV show, like John Astin, was like a dope.
Okay.
I mean, he was kind of funny, but he wasn't like a sexy dude.
Okay. No, Herman Munster is not sexy. Now that I'm going back looking at pictures, it's like I could not be further off.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
So, yeah, anywho.
So
plenty
go
of
see
things.
Smile.
Smile, okay.
Watch my story if you want a full review, if you're cool with spoilers. It's an
I
emotional.
want to see Barbarian, too. I heard that's really wild and good. Okay, I'm going to take another break here. I'm going to talk to Vaden Lewis shortly. He is the frontman, longtime frontman, original member of the Toadies. I like those guys. And they're around the corner at the House of Blues tomorrow night with the Reverend Horton Heat. So catch up with him. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break a little later on as well. If you want to text for anything, 35192. And listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Gross, sometimes insightful.
Rock.
And Alan Cox.
We're going to walk you through this valley of sadness.
Your FM home of the Guardians.
This building will shake.
100.7
WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
If I'm being totally honest, I cannot stop thinking about them coming.
This is the moment you've been waiting for. Blink 182 are coming live in concert. Tour 2023. Travis Barker, Tom DeLonge, and Mark Hoppus. Together again. Blink 182 with special guest Turnstile. Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, May 16th. Get tickets this Monday at 10 a.m. at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the price fight of the century is going on now at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina and Mentor. We're fighting to become the #1 Kia dealer in America. So come on down and get a knockout deal on every new 2022 and 2023 new Kia model, including Kia Soul, Forte, K5, Sorento, Telluride, Carnival, and the all-new 2023 Sportage. And best of all, you just need a pen to sign and drive with zero do-it signing. If you need credit, our goal is 100% approval. Who wins? You win during the price fight of the century at 2 convenient Ken Ganley Kia locations in Mentor at 9090 Mentor Avenue and in Medina at I-71 and Route 18. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia. KenGanleyKia.com.
Plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF.
Only on Gimme Metal can you chat with metal fans and artists from all over the world while listening to the best classic and new metal. It's a brutal but kind radio experience that you can listen to anytime, anywhere. Download the free app in Google Play or the App Store. That's GIMME Metal.
Ram Power Days is going on now with our most powerful lineup of trucks ever. Don't just feel the power, own it. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $439 a month for 36 months with $4,379 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution at least through Ally Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 10/31/22.
The new era of Thursday Night Football is here, and it's only on Prime Video. This Thursday, two NFC teams known for their hard-hitting defenses collide when the Commanders and the Bears clash in the Windy City. Pre-game coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with TNF Tonight, delivered by Little Caesars. Live from Chicago. Not an Amazon Prime member? Sign up for a 30-day free trial to stream the game. It's the Commanders and the Bears, only on Prime Video. See Amazon.com/watchtnf for details.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever your goals, Bank of America is right here with one-on-one guidance. Get started at our financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do?
Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal housing lender.
At Diamonds Direct, we're so proud of our value and our selection. But what's most important is our service to you. Our focus has never been to make a sale. It's always about making a friend for life, welcoming you to our family, and taking care of you through all of life's journeys and celebrations. It's why we provide the most transparent education in our industry, helping you make the smartest purchase every time. It's why we offer free cleaning, free sizing, free maintenance for life with any purchase. It's why we're happy to buy your diamond back at a price that's 10% more than you paid us when you're ready to upgrade. It's why, in honor of Bosses Day this weekend, we're honoring you, our most important boss. Come join us this Friday and Saturday, and let us tell you again how much we appreciate you. Take advantage of our free services, and think about taking advantage of that 110% upgrade guarantee before the holiday rush. Diamonds Direct salutes you, our customer, and we thank you always for letting us be a part of your life's biggest moments.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. So depending on who you pay attention to, they're saying that this winter is going to be much colder and snowier than we've had last couple of years. And it's coming fast. And you want to make sure that not only you're prepared, but your home is too. Let's talk about your windows. If they're leaky, if they're drafty, if they're just getting inefficient, you're spending a ton of money on your energy bills year-round. Window Nation can help you prepare, whether it's super cold or super hot, with incredible savings right now.
show or visit them on the web for your fast and free quote today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
The doctor told me that I should elevate the fiber content in my diet. Specifically, he suggested that I begin eating this new cereal called Fiber One. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this rather powerful piece of breakfast fare, this grim reaper of morning chow, this nuclear laxative in a box, but this stuff is unbelievably fiber-rich. It has 6 times more fiber than grape nuts and 3 times more fiber than raw twine, to give you an idea of the incredible fiber concentration. This stuff is unbelievable. It is one thing to be regular, ladies and gentlemen. It is another to be unstoppable. It's not as though I have nothing to do with my day. There should be a Surgeon General's warning on the box. Don't eat unless retired. There's no way to remain a productive citizen of society. And there should be a picture of Tony the Tiger squatting.
Remember Dennis Wolfberg? Dennis Wolfberg was one of the great unheralded comics of his time.
Never heard of him.
You never heard of Dennis Wolfberg?
Neither have I.
He died in 94. He had melanoma. He was 48 years old, but he was absolutely on the rise. He had like the half-hour comedy hour special. He did a ton of Carsons, and he was one of my favorite comics back in the day, and died young. Married to a female comic named Jeannie McBride. But he was on the old Quantum Leap. He was really
I probably
like...
saw him on there, because I watched a lot of Quantum Leap.
He's the guy whose eyes would bug out when he would... listening to him doesn't really do him fully justice. If you go on YouTube and search old Dennis Wolfberg, like Carson segments and stuff, he's hilarious. With the clip of him talking about cereals, because I've kind of gotten back on the cereal train. You know, I used to live on cereal, but I'm like, well, it's a lot of just empty whatever, and I don't drink that much milk. Only time I ever have milk.
Okay, I do recognize him.
Yeah.
I probably saw him on Evening at the Improv, because I watched that show so much.
Guarantee he was on there. But early 90s, he was blown up, and then he died young-ish. But... the FDA just dropped 7 cereals that are in your healthy cereal aisle that they cannot qualify as healthy.
Uh-oh.
Based on the fact that they have a lot of added sugar. And that's the thing with cereal. That's kind of why I stopped. You know, I grew up in a house where we didn't get sugar. So when we would have cereal, it was plain shredded wheat or grape nuts. We might as well have had barn hay with milk.
Ugh, right, dude.
Even granola has sugar in it. So my mom would be like, not granola. A lot of sugar in granola. I go, yeah, that's why it tastes good.
Give me the sugar.
So like when I'd stay over to a friend's house and we'd be having Cap'n Crunch or cocoa wheats even in the wintertime, I was in heaven. And my mom wasn't going to freak out about that. She wasn't like, when you go over there, she's like, look, that's their house. Do whatever, you know.
But just know you're coming home. Twine.
To barn hay. Raisin Bran is on there. They can't qualify it as healthy. Has too much. These are all because of added sugar.
Yeah, Raisin Bran's a sweet cereal.
Corn Flakes. I mean, you can look at a flake in Raisin Bran and see sugar in the raisins.
Mm-hmm.
Honey Bunches of Oats, Frosted Mini Wheats, Life cereal. You know, Bill's a big Crispix guy.
Love Crispix.
I like a Cinnamon Life, too, though.
Is Crispix on the list?
Real good.
Crispix is not on the list. But I'll tell you what is on the list is Special K.
Oh,
and that's what I eat, Special K, red berries.
Red berries. Mm-hmm.
And I know it's not devoid of sugar, obviously, because I always have also a box of Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows.
I love Fruity Pebbles.
So that's all sugar. Like on a Saturday morning, I'll have a giant mixing bowl. I'll just pour out a box.
Into your face.
Into my face. But so I'm kind of like, maybe I'll just get back off the cereal then.
There was, the first time I counted macros, it was such a high protein count that I bought like protein, kashi, organic.
Yeah.
It's like, first of all, it was like $17.
It's like eating gravel.
But it was like so hard to chew and so dense.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this, I ate one bowl of that cereal and I was full 4 hours.
Right.
And I was like, man, the amount of fiber and the amount of protein in this cereal blew my mind because I'll have a bowl of cereal.
Honestly, if you want to get used to eating in the future, just eat that because
Dude.
that's all we're going to just basically have that snow piercer
Well,
muck.
it was awful. It
Yeah.
tasted horrible. It was like so, you couldn't even barely crunch it. It was so dense. But I was full from like, ate it in the morning. I didn't eat again until dinner time. I was like, dang, I'm not even close to hungry
Yeah.
after that. And that's supposed to be like all natural, all organic, all that kind of stuff.
But you're also right. Those things that are supposedly good for you, they're not cheap.
No, it was
Like $20 a box.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy.
So
But I got tired of cooking breakfast every morning. I was like, there's some days I will usually cook breakfast at least 4 out of 5 days. And I was like, man, sometimes I just want to have something easy, real quick.
Can't you just
bowl of
have
cereal.
that, but then add ham to it?
Ham, you're playing with your sodium levels there.
Mm.
I'd have to add like
Yeah.
chicken sausage to it or something.
what if you had ham
I had
in
ham.
your kashi?
That's what he's saying.
Oh,
He doesn't
Kashi
listen to
ham.
the show.
He doesn't listen to the show, Bill.
No, I thought you said you cook breakfast, and
No,
he said,
add
"What
ham
about
to the kashi?" That's
Oh,
what
I thought
he
you
said, "What if you add ham to the cereal?"
Yeah, mix it in.
Sorry,
Stir it up. Stir it up.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I had ham for breakfast today. A good old ham steak.
ham for breakfast?"
2 over medium eggs.
Huh.
Hash browns.
Yeah.
Steak of ham. Some toast.
This is before you went and worked out?
After.
Okay.
I was gonna say that's not really
No, my
pre-workout.
My pre-workout food is a rice cake with peanut butter and a cut up apple.
Yeah. Well, that's okay too. I had a PB&J for lunch.
There you go.
It's pretty delicious. That's fantastic.
Man, that's such a
Phil Hartman. Every
Hartman,
time
it
you
makes
see
me so
him,
sad.
I know.
Because here's the thing, he was incredibly funny, but I think we also missed him taking a turn into the dramatic. I think there was a role that he could have got. It could have been his Breaking Bad type thing where he did something very dramatic and knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
He
He
did.
had that kind of chops.
Sergeant Bilko.
House guest.
Jingle
all the way. Yeah. No,
he's a good dad in that, by the way.
He needed a
I stand
solid
by
lead.
my Arnold Schwarzenegger is a bad dad, and they try to make Phil Hartman the bad guy in that movie, but he's the better dad. He knows his kid. He's all prepared.
Schwarzenegger waits till the last minute.
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah. Is it him and Sinbad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. No, I remember I was still, I was in Kalamazoo, Michigan working, and somebody came down the hall, and they go, Phil Hartman just died. May of 98, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my God, what? And then it comes out that his wife killed him.
Yeah.
And killed herself. I'm like, oh my God. They did that documentary like a year or so ago on HBO, I think.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh
I
God,
don't know
where
if I can
like
watch
they
it. It's too sad.
like his kid didn't want to be in the limelight. His kids are all grown now, and I think they reconnect with one of them.
Because that was, what, a year after Farley died, or less than a year?
It was very.
They were like bang,
yes.
bang. And,
Yep. Good pun.
I was like, ouch.
Yeah.
So to speak. But yeah, Phil Hartman. Terrible. Yeah, because news radio, and he did all that
News
stuff.
radio, all
Yeah.
the Simpsons voices.
Yep.
SNL, tons of movies. Just fantastic.
Hey, listen, speaking of cereal, and then I'll move on here, the Chubb Crunch.
Hey.
Back at Heinen's, I was in the one here across the street. They got a big old colon blow like pyramid of Chubb Crunch boxes, which to me just means we put more out.
Yeah.
It's not like they sell out of them. We just put more of them out. and
Hasta la vista, baby!
that's what the commercial is. They're saying hasta la vista to bad breakfasts with Chubb Crunch. But they make him look like Batman or something on the cover, or that his name is like a bat logo, or I don't
Yeah,
get it.
it's that he's
Why?
He loves Batman.
Does he?
He was going through.
How do we know that?
Because he's talked about it a lot. He talked about how when he got hurt in college, he watched The Dark Knight Rises, and in The Dark Knight Rises, Batman's back gets broken.
Oh, that was
and he
his
has to go through
inspiration.
rehab, and he's like, you know what? If Batman, this fictional character that's a billionaire, can push himself to this limit and get healthy and save Gotham and the world, then I can make my
Play
knee healthy
football.
and run for touchdowns. And he did, and he's great. I love Nick Chubb. He's incredible.
Well, Mary does too.
My favorite.
Big into Nick Chubb. Proceeds go to benefit First Candle, which is a charity dedicated to fighting SIDS. And so it helps little kids. Now, whether or not little kids are allowed to eat Chubb Crunch, I don't know.
Okay,
But,
so it's not about fighting people named Sid.
No.
Because Sid's usually a bad guy name.
Toy Story.
Sid the Sloth.
Sid the Sloth
he's not a bad guy, but you wouldn't mind
He's
punching
lazy.
him. You wouldn't
He's a
mind.
sloth.
You
He's
wouldn't mind giving
lazy.
just a little oomph.
I like him.
And
Ugh,
pull
he's
himself
so
up by
annoying.
his claw straps. And,
Doesn't anybody love me?
is that Leguizamo in those movies?
Yeah.
Ice Age?
No, is he? Is he Sid?
Or is Leguizamo is Sid the Sloth,
I
think.
didn't know that.
I think I don't know. I just know
That's why none of those
Dennis
guys-
Leary's a saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah, that's why
and
Leguizamo doesn't need to work
Ray
that
Romano
much.
is woolly mammoth, right?
Hey, I'm in Ice Age. It's cold.
It is John Leguizamo. Oh,
It's really cold here.
That's why Leguizamo doesn't care if he's working all the time because he has Ice Age money now.
What?
Huh?
You had? Huh?
Nothing.
You started saying something.
I didn't.
Oh.
Are you sure?
I think so.
So anyway,
It's so cold here. What were you gonna say, Mary?
Oh, we're in Ice Age together.
Oh,
Sid
God.
the Sloth.
I think she was better off pretending that she wasn't going to say anything.
Nobody loves me.
We know you're
They
annoying. You're
they
a bad
left
guy,
without
Sid.
me. They do this every year.
You think no one loves you? Everybody hates me. Oh wait, no, it's Chris. I forgot. I mixed
Alan,
them up.
do your Dennis Leary.
I don't have a Dennis Leary. What you? What? I'm so sorry. I
You
didn't
don't
work on
think
my Dennis
that's
Leary.
how we can really take this show to the next level? Is that we recreate Ice
Ice
Age?
Age?
I'll be Sid, Bill is Manny, and you have to be the tiger.
Can't I be the thing that's pushing the acorn around the whole time and doesn't talk?
He doesn't.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's actually more
That's
Poundcake.
Cody.
I was gonna say that person really is petty. Doesn't he like rip like the acorn or something out of the ice and then it just
Yeah.
opens?
No, he tries to bury it in the ice.
Oh, okay.
Because he's stupid.
Huh?
Damn, bitch. Okay.
Because he's stupid.
Go back to being Sid.
No, sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, not people named Sid. So Chubb Crunch back at Heinen's. I like their press release. We feel that Nick's values align closely with our values at Heinen's. What the hell does that mean? I know it's just
They're against.
I know that's PR
Babies
speak.
dying
but-
of SIDS.
Right. Our values are aligned. I love it. Well, he's a pillar of the community, right? How long has Nick Chubb been in Cleveland?
I think this is his 4th year here.
4th year. Yeah. He could be our next Josh Cribbs. They ever have Crib Crunch?
No.
Didn't he have a salsa or something?
What?
Crib Death, SIDS.
Oh.
God. There you go.
See a
Yeah.
connection here.
Do those values align, Heinen's? Come on, get on that. No, who was the guy that had the salsa? Didn't, I don't know, Oscar Velasquez or somebody had salsa here? One of the ball players.
I don't remember this salsa.
They got the Cam Hayward snack mix and, oh, come on. There was a Cleveland athlete that had, somebody will tell me.
Size
Cleveland,
more salsa.
What's that?
Size more salsa.
No, it doesn't go that far back.
I know. I
Jose Ramirez salsa.
What?
He's still here.
No, I know. I think it's J Ram salsa, isn't it?
I've never heard of that.
You haven't?
No.
Jose mild salsa? You never heard of that? All right, well, that's a few years old. Let me talk to Vaden Lewis here from the Toadies.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
Vaden Lewis is the longtime frontman for the Toadies, a band that I have dug for a long, long time. And tomorrow night they're in Cleveland. They're on the road, and they're playing the House of Blues tomorrow night. Hey, Vaden.
Alan, how you doing? I called a number that they gave me, and it went to your voicemail for the nighttime thing. So I just got this number sent to me, so I'm calling you now. I didn't know who I was talking to or anything. How you doing?
That's okay. How are you? Are you guys in Detroit?
I'm well. We are in Royal Oak.
We have listeners there. I can point them to the Royal Oak show tonight.
Well, right on.
So you guys are finally getting around, through no fault of your own, obviously, with code and everything. You're finally getting around to doing the 25th anniversary.
Yeah. 27 years. We're doing the 25th anniversary, so
Right.
that's how it worked out.
How has it been? I mean, I imagine I always thought of you guys as being undervalued in the genre, as it were. Are you seeing that people feel the same way?
It's been really crazy, man. Like, a lot of people are coming out. I make a point to ask every night how many people it's their first time to see the band, and every night I'm shocked that it's at least half the crowd.
Yeah.
And so a lot of first timers, a lot of people bringing their kids, to see us, and pretty fantastic. I never imagined I would be at this point in a career where I would be asking if you brought your kids to a show.
Yeah, because, I mean, back in the day, the initial run for you guys was pretty short, right? You kind of split and then reformed and probably kind of had to get your sea legs again.
Well, the record came out in 94, and we toured all through the 90s too much. We put out a second record in 01, and that record came out, and then that's when the band kind of exploded on the road, came apart. And so we took a break, got back together in about 07 and put out the next record. And we were shocked. I was thinking at that point, if people have such short-term memories that we won't be anything. And we went out and had bigger crowds than when we had left in 01. So, and it's just kind of been growing ever since. It's really, really cool.
Well, and Possum Kingdom, still being on the radio 30 years later, I mean, that can't hurt. We'll play I Come From the Water every so often. And, so you guys are still in, when somebody says Toadies, it's not like people are entirely unfamiliar. There's been a thread of you guys for 30 years.
Yeah, thanks to people like you that are spinning it and keeping it going. We have pretty good rotation across the country. And also within the last couple of years, Possum Kingdom's been picked up on a ton of TV shows and streaming platforms and all kinds of stuff. So it's kind of having a second life, I guess.
Right. Was there a time along the way where you were kind of like, well, this might be it? Or was it always in your head, I'm going to make this work irrespective of who's with me or what I have to do?
Oh, well, when the band broke up, I was kind of fed up with a lot of the industry and had been personally bent over a few times by the industry, if you know what I mean. And so I thought, well, that's it. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do music. I'm going to do something else. And that lasted about 6 weeks, I think, before I lost my mind and had to go grab some guys and start playing music again.
Sure.
So I put together a band called the Burden Brothers, and we actually played up here quite a bit. And, put out 2 records, toured all over. And then the next record I was writing, it didn't sound like Burden Brothers. It sounded like old school Toadies. And so I called the guys, and we all got back together, and it's been going ever since.
I just saw the Super Suckers here on Saturday night. They opened for Electric Six. And it occurred to me that I had not seen the Super Suckers since I saw them open for you guys when I was in Pittsburgh about 20 years ago. There was a club called Banana Joe's, and they had a huge, right. The front was kind of like a club thing. The back was this full-on music room, and it was Toadies and Super Suckers, and it couldn't have been more dissimilar between what was going on at the front of that club and what was going on where you guys were playing, and it was a lot more fun where you guys were playing.
Yeah, that was a fun tour.
A long time ago.
Hell yeah.
Toadies play here in Cleveland tomorrow night at the House of Blues, right around the corner from here with the Reverend Horton Heat and Nashville Pussy. That is a trifecta, quite frankly. You're not going to do better tomorrow night than those 3 bands. People listening in Detroit, they're at the Royal Oak Music Theater tonight. They're going to be in Pittsburgh at Jurgles on Saturday for people listening there. And Vaden Lewis has been keeping the band front and center, damn the torpedoes, and still out there doing it.
Well, thank you, man. Well, whoever comes out to the show will get to see Rubberneck top to bottom in order.
Nice.
And that's been a lot of fun to play. And then, we've also in the time that this tour has been stalled, I've been writing and we've been working on new music. So we're gonna maybe pepper in a few new songs after the Rubberneck set into the other songs. So it's a little old, a little new, and all that good stuff.
Everybody will be happy, no matter what you throw them.
I sure hope so. That's the idea.
Awesome. Thank you, pal. I appreciate your time. Good luck out there.
Thank you, man. Bye-bye.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
There's Vaden Lewis from the Toadies. They are at the House of Blues tomorrow night with Reverend Horton. I neglected to mention, too, they did drop a new EP, I think. I don't know if it's a full length. It's called Damn You All to Hell if you're a Toadies fan. They had new stuff about a month ago. I'm going to take a break here, the Poundcake Sports break after, and then I'll also hook you up with those Cavs tickets, too. The Knicks are going to be in town on the 30th of this month, and we'll put you at that game.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
love.
All right, just days away from the beginning of the regular NBA season, and your Cavaliers are going to be at home on Halloween Eve, Sunday the 30th, against the Knicks at the Romo Fijo. If you want to be there, see what they got, very front of the season. You can go to Cavs.com for all the details regarding tickets, scheduling, all that. Caller 10, you get this pair here. Have fun. Cavs Knicks on the 30th, downtown. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Well, if we've learned anything today, we have learned. Let's not make that mistake tomorrow.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got the Poundcake Sports Break here in a few minutes, as it is a Wednesday. Tomorrow, buddy, Chris Frangiola is back in town. He hasn't been in the room with us in quite some time, but he's very funny, and he's going to be at Hilarities all weekend. So he'll join us tomorrow. Mary's out tomorrow, yes?
No, I'm in tomorrow.
In tomorrow, out Friday.
Out Friday, yes.
We may all be out Friday if that Guardians game gets rained out tomorrow night, because they'll end up scheduling that for Friday afternoon. So we're going to be in a holding pattern on that. But Chris Frangiola is going to be here tomorrow. Poundcake will be weighed in tomorrow. His weekly weigh-in is on Thursdays as well, as he's trying to get himself to 172. And he's down about 8 pounds. All in the service of his wager with Mary. A gentle person's bet.
Sure.
Where there's $200 on the line for him.
For me.
$500 on the line for Mary. You get the $500.
Oh, I thought you meant like I have to pay.
No. Nope.
On the line for me, it would be $200.
He stands to gain $200. You stand to gain $500 if he can't do it. A more lopsided bet, I'd be hard-pressed to remember.
That's the whole point.
Is that usually how bets go?
It's her last bet. She's got to make it a good one.
I was going to say, usually people are like, I bet you $50 that you can't. I'll take that bet. You guys, I'll bet you $200. I will give you $500. But he agreed to it.
He did.
And so we saw movement last week, not just in his shorts. He was 3 weeks in a row. His weight was exactly the same. It was static. And then last week, despite some initial panic, Bill putting his foot on the scale.
I put too much on because it would jump too high. I should have lightened up so it was just like a little bit over.
Yeah.
And then
but it's hard to tell how much to push down on the scale with the tip of your sneaker. I mean, I thought it was funny.
It's still funny, but it could have been funnier because it could have been more panic-inducing.
But he was down 1.5 pounds, I think. So he's on his way. I think total he's lost 9, 8,
something like
6.5.
Yeah, 986.
Do you recall how many pounds total you've lost, Cody? He's putting his
Poundcake
headphones
weight as of 8/1, he was 192.
But then he was 186.6 for 3 weeks.
And then 185.4.
So total, he's down 6.5 pounds?
Uh-huh.
Is that correct, Cody?
That is correct.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. So he'll be weighed in again tomorrow. How are you feeling about it? Are you trying not to think about it?
I'm trying not to think about it because I'm doing the best I can.
Okay.
I mean,
Are you eating big bowls of Chubb Crunch?
Chubb Crunch.
No, but it's I'm gonna exercise and diet, and then what I say, like the last month, if I'm not down, it's gonna be desperate times for desperate measures. I'm gonna do everything I can because I ain't got no money to be paying Mary. So
he's gonna come on air and pass out because he hasn't eaten in 2 days.
You're not allowed to do that.
It violates
You know what I mean?
FCC regulations to come on air. Listen, I think that, again, I'm Team Poundcake, so I have faith that one way or another, obviously there are better ways to do it than other ways, but we're not telling him how to do it.
I had a friend, actually a coworker of mine that used to run a gym. He gave me some tips. So
on how to formally run a gym.
What are you talking?
A GYM.
Oh, a GYM.
GYM.
GYM. What's a GYM?
A
GYM.
We've got a message from a listener on how you might be able to lose some weight, Poundcake.
I was on my way to buying some meth in Elyria in Lorain County.
Yeah,
That's actually what he said.
Buy
Oh, my
some
God.
meth. Hey.
He ran a gym in the hood. It was a front, actually.
He said, I'll get you down. You'll lose 20 pounds.
You'll lose, no worries.
You might lose a couple $1,000s.
You want something that gets your heart pumping? You need some cardio. It'll give you some cardio, all right.
Huh.
There has to be fat crackheads, right?
No.
There has to be.
I think
The
by
world's a big place.
definition, you end up just doing crack and not
like
eating them.
lose your house crackhead.
Rob Ford.
Just casual.
But he wasn't
he's
a crackhead.
a casual crack
he was
user.
He just sometimes smoked crack. He wasn't
All
like a
right.
crackhead.
All right.
He was an alcoholic.
How many times do you have to do crack in order to be a crackhead?
I think it's the severity of it, the things you're willing to risk
Mhm.
for
Okay.
it.
Like you
I don't
need
think that there's a numerical
When
value.
crack comes first, that's when you're a crackhead.
Okay, that is
yeah.
a very good. Okay, that's a good explanation.
See that? She's abs? Yeah, I mean, you only get abs like that if you do crack. Yeah, because you're always running, trying to get the crack. Yep, running, jumping, swimming, climbing. I mean, it's all cardio. Yeah, because you got to get the crack. It's the whole goal. Yes, sir, brass ring, baby. Thanks. It's crack. It's crack. It's crack. We're all thinking the same thing. In a way, it's admirable, you know what I mean? Sure. It's like dedication to one thing. Sure, man. Yeah. You look good, too. You look good. Name me one fat crackhead. Lou Dobbs. Yep. No, that's the one. Dobbs is a fat crackhead.
They need to get the
What is that?
It's from Detroiters.
Oh.
They need to get the
Lou
corn
Dobbs
kid.
is a fat crackhead.
Maybe that's how you get into Tim Robinson. Watch Detroiters because that's less absurd. It's
Okay.
got some absurd stuff, but it's more character driven, and that might be a nice way to bring you into the Tim Robinson fold. So you can at least enjoy something he does because he is the best. And Sam Richardson is awesome.
Is the best.
Incredible.
Yes.
Shut up.
Alan Poundcake should go for body fat percentage as it's a better indicator for health.
Bro.
Yeah, but I'm not going to bring the calipers in. I'd rather have him stand on a scale. We'll write that down.
Body fat percentage. These people.
Well, no, there are people who, I mean, that is
good,
you know, people who go by BMI. That's a wildly
Yeah, I know. By that,
unreliable
going off
way
my
of-
BMI, then it turns out I'm unhealthy.
Oh, no.
Look at him. I
Come
We're all obese.
At the gym Bill and I go to, they have this machine that you stand on barefoot and you hold onto these things and it sends like electric waves through your body and
Yeah.
it calculates all that for you.
I believe
Like
that's
how-
called shock treatment.
No, you don't get shocked. It's like electrodes or something. I don't know what it does. Have you done this?
I didn't know they had that.
Oh, well, our trainer had me do it the other day. So it gives you your like most precise weight and then it breaks down how many pounds of fat, how many pounds of muscle,
Oh, you
like
hold that
everything.
thing,
You stand on it barefoot and then you hold two like
Yeah.
things.
My trainer had me do
I don't even know
that.
how to describe it. But I
Your
did
guy's
it.
holding out on Bill. He didn't have him hold the
I don't
thing.
know if Bill cares what his body fat percentage is.
You don't want to know?
I don't. It's high. it's a lot.
Well, I was upset that my weight was going up and he's like, let's do this. And then that's a better measure for like your percentage of muscle and your percentage of fat. That way, if your weight's going up, you can see that it's more fat. It was like 34% body fat. And I was like, dude, that's like really high. And he goes, actually, for women, that's not that high. You would want to be like in the upper 20s is like, you know, normal. He goes, but if you were to lose, because you only weigh 135 pounds, if you were to lose 5 pounds of fat but also gain 5 pounds of muscle, he's like, that number would change drastically.
I got a text from Amber who said her mom passed away 10 years ago at 700 pounds and she was a fat crackhead. I think if you're 700 pounds, you can probably do a lot of crack and you're not going to get skinny.
I was like, avoid the crack.
Amber, that's a call, not a text. Come on.
Maybe she didn't want to relive it.
Yeah, listen, 700 pounds.
700-pound crackhead.
Unless I'm being trolled by Amber.
So
But that's okay.
So when you're 700 pounds, what comes first, the food or the crack?
Well, you're not walking to get any of it, so.
Braided together. Those are, I mean,
You're sprinkling crack on your
Mhm.
buckets of chicken or whatever.
Smoking crack, eating chicken.
Here are things in real life that weigh around 700 pounds. This is what weighed as much as Amber's mother. A vending machine.
Okay.
2 ATMs.
2
of them.
That's
it. ATMs weigh that much.
2. I think they're talking about the ATMs that are
like the small ones.
Little ones, like a 7-Eleven
yes,
ATM.
Yeah.
Still.
A
the ones
V8
that go-
engine. A 14 to 20 foot sailboat.
Jeez.
How can a sailboat weigh the same as 2 ATMs?
It's only 14
It's
feet.
gotta
Cars,
float.
there's cars bigger than 14 feet.
Is that true?
Yes.
Beer kegs, 5 of them. By the way, thank you to whoever sent me, and somebody sent me, might have even been in-house here. Jason Carr sent it to me. When he was in town, he was partying for a little bit at the Muni lot, and there was a heavily weathered Alan Cox Show sticker on somebody's keg.
Nice.
So thank you. They were keg tossing out there in the Muni lot or whatever. 10 two-piece toilet seats.
So weird.
They're 70 pounds a piece?
Toilet seats?
This says toilet seats. It's got to be toilets.
They mean toilets.
25 gold bars. If only Amber had 25 gold bars instead of her fat mother.
Her mom would have traded them for crack and chicken.
A bulldozer tire. 2 sports bikes. 110 bricks. Okay. A small open utility trailer.
You think they're working backwards on this?
I think they are.
How much is a brick? All right, now how do we get to 700?
Right,
because
because one of them is 35 20-pound dumbbells. Yeah, it's gotten progressively less interesting the more math you've worked into it.
I didn't know a bulldozer tire weighed that much.
How much did you think a bulldozer tire weighed? Because I've never given it a second of thought.
Well, I didn't think about it at all until you said something, but I didn't think it weighed 700 pounds. Why would a tire weigh that much?
Because it's a really big
Why would a person
tire?
weigh that much?
Yeah, that's also a good question.
Amber said her mom would do crack and then loads and loads and loads of food. She died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah.
No troll. Wow. Think about that.
And they're like, well, your mom was a crackhead, obese.
Does crack give you the munchies, or when you're that big, you're just
You
eating
gotta
to eat?
You gotta eat something.
Is that true?
I don't know, man.
I don't
Because
know.
it's crack is just cocaine, and I've never done
Yeah.
coke. It's like the one thing I've never done. So,
Still time.
so, but does cocaine give you the munchies?
No.
It gives you the opposite.
So that's okay. So she was eating because she was 700 pounds, and that's what she did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Poundcake, are you ready? Here's a transition. You ready for the sports break?
Yes.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, we'll start with some unfortunate news. Former Packers tight end Tyrone Davis has passed away at the young age of 50. The cause of death has not yet been made. Former Packers offensive tackle Earl Dotson made an emotional post on Instagram calling Tyrone his brother forever, and may he rest in peace. Tyrone is survived by his friends and 4 children. I'm sure it's all very upsetting that they can no longer call on Tyrone. Also, on a lighter note, the Erykah Badu song, Call on Tyrone. Also, on a lighter note, I love doing these sports break because it allows me to learn something new right along with the customers. Tom Brady made a massive investment in a sports team, but it's not what you think. It's a pickleball team. And get this, can you believe it doesn't involve pickles? I had to look this up. At any rate, Tom Brady joined the likes of LeBron James, Drew Brees, Kevin Love, and Gary Vee. I just hope this is a lucrative move for you, Mr. Brady. You wouldn't want the public to think that you're hiding assets and putting it into a team because you're getting divorced. Giselle, put your actual pickle in a jar. And lastly, former NBA star Ben Gordon was arrested at a New York City airport for allegedly punching his 10-year-old son multiple times in the face. Witnesses said it was due to his son dropping a book. The boy was taken to a local hospital while Gordon was taken to the local jail and hit with 9 charges. And he's due back in court later this month. My guess is Gordon was happy his son was reading so well that he punched him in the face to see if he was still hard-headed. I got your back, dude. Just hire me as your lawyer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
Leave it to Poundcake for his punchline to be a deep dive on an Erykah Badu song.
On a sad
Come on,
story.
man. I was expecting someone to get it.
No one
You
got
did?
it.
An a deep Erykah Badu
no
track.
one's ever heard Call on Tyrone.
No.
No, she had like one hit.
It was Call on Tyrone.
No, it wasn't. It was on and on and on and on and on and on. Don't you know? On and on. Those were her big hits.
That was the only reason why
Call on Tyrone.
That was the only reason why I grabbed that story, because I was like, ooh, Tyrone. I thought it would be like, everyone would be like, yeah, Call on Tyrone.
You thought. He doesn't listen to the show, does he? Doesn't know anything about the audience.
There's so much that I leave out of Perez Bilton because I leave all the sports stuff to Poundcake, and I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing that because there's a lot of crossover there. There's a lot of funny things that he just lets go.
Well, all I'm saying
Tyrone.
is he read the room properly for being on a classic rock station and doing an Erica Badu song.
Just because we're on a rock station
we're not a
doesn't mean you
classic
don't know
rock
music.
station. B,
What are we?
we're a rock station.
Sorry, rock station.
B,
rock talk sports.
Right, but my point is, we talk about a lot of things here that aren't rock oriented. I mean, it is a talk show, so I'm not going to hold that up against him. But even if you are an Erica Badu super fan, you gotta go elbow deep to get to Tyrone.
Wow. Okay. Well, then, yeah, I misread the entire room.
Yeah, you did.
Tyrone.
I mean, it's like 25 years old, this song. It's not a bad song, don't get me wrong.
It was very popular.
But it was very popular.
That was the only reason why I grabbed that story, but fine.
Who was it very popular with? Because I'm telling you, if you were to Google top 10 Erica Badu songs, again, the woman had 2 hits. If you Google top 10 songs, Tyrone's not going to come up.
Yes, it is. Let me see.
You're going to get On and On or Bag Lady or something. You're not going to get Tyrone.
Okay, no, it doesn't pop up. it was Don't You Know, On and On,
Yes.
Bag Lady, Love of My Life.
On and on. And she's still out there doing stuff, but people haven't paid attention to Erica Badu because she's a pain in the ass. She shot herself in the foot. You got to walk this fine, and I'm not going to mansplain to anybody. This goes for male and female artists. You got to walk a fine line between, you know, if you feel like you're getting screwed by the industry or whatever, you're probably right. But not taking it out on everybody else. You know, like, what's a male artist that happened to? The industry was jerking him around and he just took it out on everybody else. D'Angelo, maybe? I don't know.
Tyrone is her 12th biggest hit.
I'm sorry?
Cisco.
Her 12th biggest hit?
Yep.
Once you get into double digits, unless you're Nickelback, there are no 12th biggest hits. Well, anyway, I just didn't get the reference.
Well, I'm sorry. We can't always hit it right where we want to. You don't always get it.
Alan, I got it. I didn't remember who did it, but I knew it was a song.
It was
a couple of people said, I got you, Poundcake.
It's fine.
I only know that song because of Next Friday, the movie.
He said, you call on Tyrone and tell his ass, come on. But
Alan Poundcake's delivery was so bad that even Erica Badu wouldn't have gotten the reference. That's. Alan, I'm a middle-aged white guy in Akron, and I got the Tyrone reference. Okay, you know what then?
There's people out there.
There are people out there. But it is absolutely not a hit. I will say that.
Okay.
Alan, would you want to poop in a solid gold toilet?
No. It's porous.
No. I mean, unless you mean a toilet on the set of the show Solid Gold. Then yes, because I'd be surrounded by fantastic dancers in dynamic costumes. And Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr.
Now that's a contemporary reference.
Yeah, Cody, take one out of his book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, there are plenty of people who are Team Poundcake. So I will retract.
Nah, it's fine. Keep it.
I'll retract my criticism that nobody got it, but I stand firm in my assessment that that was not a hit.
Okay.
But people know songs. Obviously, I'm coming at it from the radio perspective, but that's how most people figure out. Back then, 97, that's how most people were hearing songs. If people know it from a movie, that's a whole other thing.
Well, I grew up on that music, but again, there's like pop culture references to it. Whenever someone
Right, everybody who's telling me
Tyrone,
they know it from Next Friday.
But I'm saying whenever there is someone named Tyrone, they think of that song. Just like if you meet a Becky, you automatically assume Becky with the good hair. Like
No.
it's just okay.
I think of my friend Cody's wife. That's what I assume Becky is.
Does she have good hair?
She got pretty good hair.
Okay, listen. I say point Poundcake. He gets that one. He was right. I was wrong.
Thanks.
I'm going to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. And you can listen wherever on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We went to see Electric Six on Saturday night over at the Masonic, and Gwen was like, "You're like when Mary describes her boyfriend at a show. You're standing there with your arms crossed, and everybody else is bouncing
In a
around."
straight face.
Yeah, and I'm having a great time. But everybody's dancing, and we're right up near the front, and we've had some pops, and Gwen's no different, so she's dancing. But she also does this thing where she starts slamming into my shoulder as I'm standing there. That's when it's hard to keep a straight face.
Because you're laughing or because you're so mad?
I'm not laughing. I'm enjoying the show the way that I enjoy the show. And she's having a good time too. But there was this like lady listen, Electric Six is purely a Gen X crowd. And some youngins in there too, but
a couple millennials in there singing Gay Bar.
Yeah. Lady in front of me is wearing like she's older than me, and she's hammered, and she keeps she's wearing like this long winter coat, and she's backing into me, and I just stand there, I'm like, lady, man, what? But it was still a good show.
Didn't happen to do the boat show version of Gay Bar.
They did not do the boat show version of that. No.
That's a bummer.
Nope. But Dick Valentine and the boys were in fine form. See, now they actually started as a quintet. That's why the name was a joke. Mm-hmm. There were only 5 members in Electric Six. Now they have 6 members. So kind of neuters the joke of the name, but nevertheless, whatever. Cavaliers at home tonight against the Atlanta Hawks. That's a 7 o'clock tip here on MMS. The second to last preseason game. They'll head to Orlando to play the Magic on Friday, and then they will open the regular season in Toronto. Next Wednesday, their home opener is against the Wizards here on the 23rd. Speaking of Florida, I got a piece of mail from Joe, who is our bureau chief in Cape Coral, Florida, which is pretty much ground zero for Hurricane Ian. And he sent me a whole bunch of photos, and it is bananas. He said, we got absolutely effing steamrolled, chewed up and spit out. It's just pictures of rubble, people's houses that are now rubble, he sent me. It looks and smells like a war zone down here. Only thing missing is the dudes trying to kill me, but who knows, with all the looting going on, we'll see what happens. They're going to be pulling bodies out of rubble for months. See, what I had read was that most of the people who died down there in Hurricane Ian drowned, which sounds obvious, but you're also going to have a lot of people who, like Joe said, they're going to find them in houses that were knocked down. I tried texting the show a day or two after the storm, but I don't even think it went through. Today is the first day that we've been able to stream the show since we haven't had power for 2 weeks. We got our power and running water back. Wow. My family and I survived on the second floor of our apartment, which is only about 5 years old, so it's built to code that can withstand 200 miles per hour, and it did its job. So we're extremely lucky. So none of these rubble photos are of where he lived. That's from Joe down there in Cape Coral, Florida.
Glad you're okay, man.
Absolutely.
That's scary.
I was reading about a dude who was a tree trimmer who was just doing his job, a regular work-a-day guy.
Don't you dare say it.
This is in California, Menlo Park. You ever been out there? Guy's up there. He's got the big, long branch saw, and he's trying to do his thing. And
don't.
fell into the chipper.
I knew it. No, dude, that's some horror movie stuff.
Fell into the chipper.
It's Fargo.
Head first.
Head first. Well, at least then he died fast.
They were not able to identify. They were not able to release the identity or age of him. They want to let the family know. But he's up there. It's a little bit after noon today. He's up there.
This just happened.
Oh, yeah. Up there doing his thing, working for the city of Menlo Park. This is in the Bay Area. People are familiar with San Francisco.
You think there's a bucket bunny for him?
Oh, no.
It fits in a bucket now?
So guys up there working and pulled into the machine, fell into the machine while conducting tree trimming operations.
Don't put the tree trimmer right under the operation.
No, that's where you do put it so that the branches fall directly into it, and you're not.
But then you might fall directly into it.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously though.
Like set your, and I don't know how they do that job, but I would think you'd set yourself off a little bit, off center from the chipper, and then the branches would fall next to you, and then you'd get down.
You probably
and
can't
put them
lift
into the
it.
I know.
Also, it's a very good
But
thing he fell.
if all that is weighed against, I might fall into the chipper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing he fell head first, because he probably died instantly with like a blade to the head or whatever. Could you imagine falling in leg first and feeling it
And it's
eat up your
pulling you
whole legs and
Or those guys that get pulled into like an industrial press or something, and then, at least you might, if it takes enough of your arm off, you could
get
pull away.
free, yeah.
You know? I'm sure your dad saw some stuff.
My dad, no.
No, he didn't work in that kind of factory.
Well, he made metal parts for like the steel parts for the automotive industry.
Nobody
so
ever fell into a smelter or anything.
Not like the way he described it, his job was mixing bags and bags of chemicals into giant vats. So it looks like a big mixing bowl that you have in your kitchen, only he's pouring in 50-pound bags of chemicals.
They
at a
have
time.
found guys who've fallen into like chocolate mixers and stuff, where in giant industrial mixers like a bread factory or whatever they found.
He never mentioned it.
Augustus Gloop. Just to reiterate with Poundcake, everybody blew me up in the break over Erykah Badu.
They knew the song?
Yep.
Good for them.
So listen, I give Poundcake a hard time at my own peril, and I have to remind myself of that. Sometimes I'm quick to give him a sharp shot to the nuts, and then he gets me back.
It's okay. I could do better. It wasn't my best sports break, but I will.
Here,
I like
tell you
doing
what,
them.
because Erykah Badu just dropped a new album. I will get you a copy of it.
Signed.
Alan will sign it for you, yes.
I will sign it. It's called Yabba Da.
Is it really?
Badu.
I hate you. Every time I think he's serious, I'm like,
Yeah, that's right. You get a copy from me, pal.
Good radio jokes.
Hey, radio jokes and jokes and jokes.
I did listen to On and On in the break. I forgot how good.
It's a
she is.
great
Just
song.
poetry. She doesn't even make music. She just make her and Sade.
Now, Sade does have a new album coming out. Her first in a long time. But I don't know what that's called. I think that's also called, it's called Yabba Da Sade. Now I think she refers to her, I think she's non-binary. I think she's referred to as they.
I think they have a trans son then, so maybe she's doing it to support her trans son because I think they had a daughter.
Okay.
And they transitioned into a him. So.
Well, she's only done a couple of things in the past 15 years. Last album she had was 2010. But you'll hear songs of hers pop up, like she'd done a couple new songs for movies.
Side note, if you're at any orgy, gay or straight, Sade will be playing. You either get smooth out.
If Sade's playing, you might be at an orgy no matter what.
I'm just saying, smooth operator or
an orgy might just
no
happen.
ordinary love.
Yeah, an orgy might just break out. Going back to the other day when you saw all the priests around here, I saw a few today when I was eating lunch. I saw some priests, and some of them were wearing like the dress, doing that whole thing.
Oh, the
which
big
is
cassock.
Pretty.
The big robe.
Yeah, pretty. I don't know, hypocritical that they get mad at trans people and cross-dressing when they're cross-dressing themselves.
Oh, they're cross-dressing for
I mean,
the Lord.
they're not really dresses, though. They're cassocks.
No, they're dresses.
They're
It's a
garments that are flowy at the bottom.
Even worse,
Dresses, and they're more progressive now, so they're non-binary and going, and their pronouns are thy, them. Funny radio
jokes for the radio. Oh, boy. There are better Sade songs than this, but what's a better song?
No Need Love is incredible.
Yeah, that's a good song, but I'm trying to think
on
of,
my sex playlist, I got the Deftones version, though.
That's okay.
Dude, my sex playlist is none of this.
Nothing? You don't have Sweetest Taboo even?
No, my sex playlist is like 2000s R&B.
Yeah, okay, I
Like-
understand.
Like Plies, put on some Plies.
Yes, Plies.
Pusha T.
No, what's his name? God, who's in there all the time? I'm gonna have to look at
Pretty
it.
Ricky.
Pretty Ricky's a good one, yeah.
And then there's The Business. I forget Cassidy is usually in there.
Not Juicy J. Neighbors Know My Name. Who sings that? Cody?
Trey Songz.
Trey Songz. That's who dominates my sex
SONGZ. Is he the guy that shot Megan Thee Stallion?
No, that's Tory Lanez.
Tory Lanez?
Yeah.
There's so many ending their names with a Z. It's hard to keep track. Hey, Sue.
Yeah?
What's going on, Sue?
Oh, I was wondering if that guy was going to have an open casket or maybe a wooden casket. That'd be a little tacky.
Is Sue doing shtick now, too? I don't...
Sue doing the dark humor.
I think they're going to be able to put that guy into a Ziploc, Sue.
Oh.
I don't think...
or they can just... Oh, it's pumpkin spice, then it'll smell nice.
Pumpkin spice. Yeah. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Cracking herself up. So anyway, yeah, that guy fell into the chipper and, what are you going to do? Best to his family. And hey, by the way, speaking of the big Padre convention that's going on here in Cleveland, they're really trying to... The people who say that they like Jesus in this country have done a lot of damage to the actual image of Jesus, right? The people who claim to be the most religious people in this country don't really act like it. And so you're going to see a major ad campaign pop up for Jesus leading up to the Super Bowl. They're spending $100 million on an ad campaign to fix Jesus's image and all the damage that's been done by the people who actually say they follow him. Ironic. You'll be hard-pressed to find people who are trying to turn this country into a theocracy. You'd be hard-pressed to find them not laughing at things like kindness or empathy or honesty, all that New Testament stuff. Oh, they love the Old Testament. The New Testament stuff, that's for woke bitches, I guess.
Right.
So they're spending...
Whenever someone comments on my material and they'll be like, this is against God or something, like, well, Jesus was pretty woke, just so you know. Jesus was woke AF.
Or you'll have somebody that just blasts you with a whole bunch of expletives and their social media bio will say, like, follower of Christ.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Really? Because,
Christ first.
Anyway, this guy, there's a $100 million ad campaign called He Gets Us. It's trying to...
I saw one of those last night during the baseball game.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, they're putting them up in Vegas. There's a big one in Vegas that says Jesus went all in, too.
Oh,
I don't know if that's what you want to... But $100 million. So they've done some black and white online videos.
What happens in the Garden of Gethsemane stays in the Garden of Gethsemane.
That's right. Jesus let his hair down, too, in Vegas. So they're putting him in a lot of major markets, but they're trying to reclaim what we've all come to think of Jesus from the people who say that they really like him. But that's a lot of money. There's a company founded in Kansas that is spending a lot of money. Now, I'm not quite sure to what end.
I don't know, but when you said ad campaign, I heard, I'm Bill Wills for Jesus. Like, that's the first thing that came
Bill
into
Wills, my friends. You know who else? We should be friends with the Lord.
Yeah. Friends, how do you feel about the King of Kings? He'd kill that too.
Of course you would.
I like their Bill Wills talking about Jesus.
If Bill Wills was...
Might get me back into Jesus,
right,
quite
that's
frankly.
what I was going to say.
That's an influencer, is Bill Wills.
If there's one person that could get me back into Jesus, it's Bill Wills.
Yeah. I'd listen and I'd start off skeptical. I'd have an arched brow, and then I go, I don't know, Bill Wills is he's convincing me.
He's a trustworthy voice.
I think I will call my local church for a free consultation. So they're going to do a big ad. Maybe if you're tired of seeing last few years, let's be real, Super Bowl advertisements have really stunk. How many GoDaddy ads can you see? Or hopefully with all the crypto crashes, there'll be a lot fewer dopey crypto ads in the Super Bowl. And
I think they got to double down because they got to...
Really?
Well, because
they don't have any money left.
They got to do something.
People who run these crypto things online, they take all their own money out and then they shut it down so nobody else can get their money.
Just bought all the rights to name a bunch of things. You
Right.
got Crypto.com instead of Staples Center. They got to get people to sign up.
Everybody's going to be honest because it's decentralized. No one can hack it. Meanwhile, everybody's losing their money because they're all getting hacked.
Who has... Oh, man. I saw someone do a great bit about a crypto heist, and they're like, that doesn't count. Stole someone's password.
So $100 million. Because they're finding that it's only going to be about a decade or a decade and a half where religious affiliated people are going to be the minority in this country. And that makes white Jesus Bible beaters very, very nervous. Very nervous. It's why they've turned to like, okay, time to start beating people up and, in the name of Jesus, let's return to a country that never existed in the first place. So they're trying to get the word out here that, again, I don't know if there's one of these billboards going to be in Cleveland. They're in New York. They're in Vegas. They're online. But ironically, the idea is that Jesus loved all people and warned for all the people who say there's stuff against trans people or abortion in the Bible. There's nothing about those in the Bible. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible about religious hypocrisy and treating people well. That's all in there. Very well articulated.
Being greedy, things like that.
Yeah.
Not eating shrimp.
Not eating shrimp. All.
That's how you know I'm religious.
Uh-huh.
I don't eat shrimp.
And yea, they say, untoeth the Lord, avoid the crustacean. So, they're getting, whoever these people are, they're getting the word out there. Trying to get people to think in a different way about what they believe and how they want to comport themselves, given those beliefs.
This Week in Jesus.
I guess I would just ask, where was Jesus when that guy fell into the wood chipper?
Everything happens for a reason. The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Because then, in a split second, by the way, it becomes a bone chipper. It's multi-purpose. It's only a wood chipper if there's wood in it.
Oh, there's wood.
It's a meat grinder, wood chipper, bone chipper, all at once.
Some things remain.
Tenderizer.
Some things remain the same, or their purpose is the same, no matter what you do. A wood chipper is only wood chipper when there's wood in it. If you were to put shrimp in a wood chipper.
Shrimp chipper.
Shrimp chipper. That's right.
Shrimp blender.
Yeah, shrimp something. Blender.
You got ceviche coming out the other side.
Mm-hmm. So, congratulations to those people.
Isn't that DJ that cut his own neck with a wine bottle?
Ceviche.
That's Avicii.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think he did like ceviche, so that's... Alan, maybe his boss told him to be more chipper. I don't know. Alan, I worked with a guy whose son fell into a shredder and he lived.
Why would you want to live after that?
Well, yeah, that's better than dying. I mean, I would want to stay alive.
Depends.
Yeah.
What moves?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, what can still move? Am I just like a body with no arms, no legs, no use of my peen, and I can just talk and sit in a chair?
You'd rather be dead? Because once you're dead, you're dead.
It's just like, what is your quality of life after that?
I don't know. But it's zero if you die.
Just sit me in a corner somewhere and I'm about to watch. Whatever. Like, that's all I have.
Yeah.
It all comes back to sex for him.
I didn't say, see, your mind's going to the gutter. I didn't say.
You literally said peen.
And
you
movie.
you included it in there.
What are you watching?
Peen.
I said, sit me in a corner and let me watch.
Watch what?
People watch. I didn't say what.
No.
Your mind went to sex.
Okay.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Listen, Cody
I don't want to.
He already drools on himself when he eats edibles. So I think if he came out of a wood chipper, he'd be like, am I high? What's going on here? Is this what that is?
Right.
How do you know I drool on myself?
That's all you talk about.
Okay.
Every time edibles comes up, you go, I'm drooling on myself. I slept in a van or whatever.
In a van. You know what, Mary? I sure did.
Van life.
You listen to the show.
I know I do.
I'm going to take a break if you want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball tonight is set for 7 o'clock, right down the corner here at the Romo Fijo against the Atlanta Hawks here on MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Browns could have new linebacker Deion Jones on the field Sunday after practicing today. Jones spent the first 5 weeks on Atlanta's injured reserve list. Tom Brady's sounding off about his personal life. The future Hall of Famer said on his podcast he can't avoid having faults, but he's doing his best. And 2 fishermen will face a judge this month accused of putting weights in their walleye to win a Cleveland fishing tournament. The pair was indicted today for grand theft and other charges. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples Print and Marketing Services help small businesses create bold signs to make big impressions. Right now, get $10 off custom printed signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Offer ends 12/31. Visit staples.com/thisisyoursign for details. This is your sign to print big at Staples.
Did you know your home equity is one of the most affordable ways to borrow? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal, and it's true. The rate on a home equity line is less than a credit card, a personal loan, and even a car loan. And unlike a cash-out refi, with an equity line, you get to keep your current low mortgage rate. You only pay interest on what you actually need. Plus, at Third Federal, you don't pay any closing costs. So use your Third Federal home equity line of credit for whatever you want. Remodel your kitchen, pay for college, or even a family vacation. So go for it. Lock in today's guaranteed lowest rate and get as much as $200,000. Apply online or call Third Federal today at 1-800-3rd-FED.
Right now at Third Federal, get the guaranteed lowest rate on an equity line of credit of prime minus 0.76%, currently 5.49% APR on balances of $50,000 and over. For balances under $50,000, the rate is prime minus 0.26%, currently 5.99% APR. Apply online or call 1-800-3rd-FED. See details for guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Restrictions apply. Rates subject to change. Equal housing lender.
Ladies and gentlemen, the price fight of the century is going on now at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina and Mentor. We're fighting to become the #1 Kia dealer in America. So come on down and get a knockout deal on every new 2022 and 2023 new Kia model, including Kia Soul, Forte, K5, Sorento, Telluride, Carnival, and the all-new 2023 Sportage. And best of all, you just need a pen to sign and drive with zero do-it signing. If you need credit, our goal is 100% approval. Who wins? You win during the price fight of the century at 2 convenient Ken Ganley Kia locations. In Mentor at 9090 Mentor